Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. The scorching midday sun beat down on the banks of the Nile as Amenemhat walked hurriedly through the corridors of the royal palace in Thebes. His fingers, stained with ink, clutched a papyrus tightly to his chest, a document that could change his destiny. As a royal scribe for 15 years, he never imagined he would find himself in such a situation, accused of treason by those he once called friends. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he walked through the palace's inner gardens, where palm trees offered comforting shade. His thoughts were focused on Nefertari, his wife, and the 2 young children who were waiting for him at home. The idea of leaving them alone tormented him more than the death that awaited him. Amenemhat, the deep, familiar voice of Senefer, the high priest of Ammon, echoed through the halls. The scribe turned, meeting the stern gaze of the man who had once been his mentor. The vizier demands your immediate presence in the hall of judgment. With a silent nod, Amenemhat followed the priest down the halls, decorated with hieroglyphics that he himself had helped write over the years. Each symbol now seemed to mock his situation, reminding him of the irony of his fate. A man dedicated to recording the truth, accused of manipulating it. The hall of judgment was filled with nobles and officials when the heavy cedar doors opened. In the center, seated on his golden throne, was Uzurmatra, the supreme vizier, whose piercing black eyes seemed to pierce the souls of all present. Beside him, Khenem-Neferret, the chief scribe of the royal treasury, wore a mischievous smile that made Amenemhat's stomach turn. "Come closer, traitor," ordered Uzurmatra, his voice echoing through the silent chamber. "The gods bear witness to your misfortune today." Amenemhat advanced with dignity, even though his legs were shaking. "My lord, I bring with me the proof of my innocence," he said, holding up the papyrus, the true records of the royal treasury, before they were altered by silence, thundered the vizier, rising to his feet. "Your lies have no place here. Khenem-Neferret has already presented conclusive evidence of your treachery. You have been found guilty of falsifying royal treasury records for your own benefit." Amenemhat's heart beat violently against his chest. He knew the truth. Khenem-Neferret was the true traitor, embezzling wealth from the pharaoh and altering records to frame him. But how could this be proven when all the evidence had been carefully manipulated? It was then that an unexpected figure emerged from the shadows. Merit Seeger, the ancient priestess of Isis, known for her wisdom and connection to the gods. His wrinkled face was serene, but his eyes shone with an unearthly intensity. "Great lords," his frail but firm voice cut through the silence, "the gods have sent me a vision. This trial cannot be concluded in the traditional manner." She approached Amenemhat, her ancient eyes fixed on his. The accused must prove his innocence through a sacred journey. A murmur ran through the room as Merit Sager continued. He must cross the Duat, the realm of the dead, while he still lives. If he returns with the truth validated by Osiris himself, his innocence will be proven. If he fails, his soul will remain in the underworld eternally. The vizier hesitated, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. This is unprecedented, priestess. How can a mortal cross into the realm of the dead? Through the ancient rituals, replied Meritzeger, and with the blessing of Isis, the accused will be placed in a state between life and death, and his Ka soul will be free to travel the sacred domains. Kenemneferet intervened, her voice betraying a slight tremor. This is madness. He must be executed immediately. But Meritzeger had already captured the court's attention. The very concept of a journey to the Duat was too fascinating to ignore. After a long moment of deliberation, Uzurmatra nodded in agreement. So be it, declared the vizier. Amenemhat will have 3 days to complete his journey in the Duat. If he fails, his execution will be immediate. As he was led by guards to prepare for the ritual, Amenemhat felt a mixture of fear and hope. Through the palace windows, he saw the sun beginning to set, dyeing the sky blood red, a harbinger of his imminent journey to the underworld. That night, in the sacred chambers of the Temple of Isis, Meritzeger prepared Amenemhat for his journey. As she applied sacred oils to her forehead and recited ancient words of power, the scribe thought of his family and the truth he needed to prove. Remember, whispered Meritzeger as he lit fragrant incense, in the Duat, nothing is as it seems. Trust your heart, for it will be weighed in the scales of Mat. And above all, remember that you seek not only your freedom, but the truth itself. Ritual sleep began to overtake Amenemhat as the priestess's chants filled the air. His last conscious vision was of Meritzeger's wrinkled face, his eyes shining with an ancient and mysterious wisdom. And then darkness enveloped him, marking the beginning of his extraordinary journey through the realm of the dead. In his last moment of consciousness, Amenemhat realized that this wasn't just a fight for his life, it was a quest for justice, a chance to expose the truth and protect everything he loved. With this thought, his Ka detached from his mortal body, ready to face the mysteries and dangers of the Duat. Darkness enveloped Amenemhat like a heavy cloak, and when his eyes finally adjusted, he found himself in a surreal landscape. The sky above was not the familiar blue of Egypt, but rather a deep shade of purple, dotted with stars that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The air was thick, filled with a sweet, ancient scent, reminiscent of the deepest chambers of temples. Her bare feet touched a surface that alternated between sand and water, as if the ground itself could not decide its nature. Ahead of him, a winding path stretched across a plain where giant papyrus trees stood like pillars, their leaves whispering secrets in a long-forgotten language. Welcome to the kingdom among kingdoms, scribe. A melodious voice cut through the silence. Amenemhat turned to find a cat-headed female figure, Bastet, the protective goddess. His feline eyes shone with ancient wisdom. Your journey begins here, on the banks of Nun, the primordial waters. Great Bastet, Amenemhat bowed respectfully, his heart pounding in his chest. How should I proceed to prove my innocence? The goddess smiled, revealing sharp teeth that glittered in the strange light. You must pass through the 12 doors of the Duat, each guarded by its own challenges. But beware, here, your words have real power. As a scribe, you understand the weight of symbols. Use that knowledge wisely. Before he could ask any more questions, Bastet disappeared in a cloud of golden sand, leaving Amenemhat alone with his thoughts. He began walking along the winding path, watching as the hieroglyphs seemed to dance on the surfaces of the rocks around him, forming and reforming words and symbols. The first challenge didn't take long to appear. A colossal sphinx blocked their path, its lion-like body relaxed in a deceptively tranquil pose, while its human face wore an enigmatic smile. Amenemhat recognized the symbols engraved on its base. It was a riddle that needed to be solved. I am that which exists before the beginning and after the end, declared the Sphinx, its voice reverberating like distant thunder. I am what remains when the truth takes off all its masks. What am I? Amenemhat closed his eyes, letting his scribal mind work. Years of documenting the mysteries of the temples had taught him to think beyond the obvious words. You are the silence, he replied with conviction, the sacred void that contains all possibilities. The Sphinx tilted its head slightly, its eyes shining with approval. Pass, seeker of truth. But remember, not all challenges can be overcome with words alone. As I went deeper into the Duat, the landscape constantly transformed. Fields of turquoise reeds gave way to obsidian deserts, where shadows danced like black flames. Amenemhat remained focused on his objective, but he could not help but admire the terrible beauty of that kingdom. In a particularly challenging moment, he found himself in a valley where multiple versions of himself were walking in different directions. Each reflection told a different story of his life. Some showed him as the traitor Kenemneferet accused him of being. Others revealed moments of his life that he himself had forgotten. Choose wisely, whispered a voice that seemed to come from all directions. Only one version carries the truth you seek. Amenemhat carefully observed each reflection, noticing the subtle details in their expressions and postures. Finally, he approached a version that carried not a papyrus, but a stone heart in its hands. This reflection stared back at him with eyes that held both sadness and determination. You are the one who seeks not only to clear your name, but to restore order, Amenemhat said to the reflection. You carry the weight of truth, not in writings, but in your own heart. His chosen reflection smiled and melted into him, filling him with a renewed certainty of his purpose. The other versions dissolved like smoke in the air, leaving behind only echoes of unrealized possibilities. As the journey continued, Amenemhat began to realize that the Duat was not just a realm of trials, but a mirror of the soul itself. Each challenge reflected not only his quest for justice, but also his own deepest doubts and fears. In a moment of rest, sitting by a lake whose waters reflected memories of his life, Amenemhat thought of Nefertari and her children. Longing squeezed his chest like an invisible fist, but it also strengthened his resolve. He couldn't fail, not when his family's future depended on his success. A boat appeared in the dark waters, its prow decorated with the Eye of Horus. And at the helm stood a figure Amenemhat recognized from ancient texts, Anubis, the guide of the dead. The jackal-headed god gestured for him to board. "Your journey has only begun, scribe," said Anubis, his voice as deep as the caverns of the underworld themselves. "The coming trials will test not only your mind, but also your ka. Are you prepared to continue?" Amenemhat entered the boat with firm steps, feeling the weight of his destiny on his shoulders. "I am prepared, great Anubis. May the gods guide me to the truth." The boat began to glide silently through the mysterious waters of the Duat, leading Amenemhat toward even greater challenges. On the horizon, dark clouds were gathering, promising storms of both a physical and spiritual nature. But in his heart, the scribe knew that each step brought him closer not only to his own redemption, but also to a greater truth that could change the destiny of many. Anubis's boat cut through the dark waters of the Duat, while shadows danced on the distant shores. Amenemhat watched the shifting horizon, where reality and illusion blended into an otherworldly kaleidoscope. The jackal-headed god remained silent, his golden eyes fixed on a point beyond mortal comprehension. Suddenly, the boat stopped in front of an immense bronze gate, decorated with hieroglyphics that seemed to change meaning with each glance. "The door of hidden truths," Anubis announced. "Here, scribe, you will face the lies that others have woven about you." Upon disembarking, Amenemhat noticed that the ground beneath his feet was made of ancient papyri, each containing fragments of accusations against him. He recognized Khnum-Neferet's handwriting on many of them, his false claims now exposed in the supernatural light of the underworld. "To cross," instructed Anubis, "you must confront every lie with the truth. But be careful. Words have weight here, and falsehoods can suck the very essence out of you." Amenemhat advanced cautiously, his bare feet feeling each text beneath them. The first lie materialized before him like a snake of smoke. "You stole from the royal treasury for your own benefit." In a firm voice, he replied, "I have served Pharaoh with honor, keeping truthful records that can prove Khnum-Neferet's embezzlement of resources." The smoke snake dissipated, but others began to form. Each step brought new challenges, new accusations that I needed to refute with absolute truths. The air grew heavier with each confrontation, and Amenemhat felt his ka weaken, but the image of his family kept him strong, fueling his determination. Midway through the journey, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. It was a manifestation of Senefer, his former mentor. "Why didn't you trust me?" asked the apparition. "Why did you keep your suspicions to yourself?" Amenemhat's heart weighed with regret. "I feared that my words would harm those close to me. Now I see that my silence did more harm than good." Senefer's manifestation nodded sadly before dissipating, leaving Amenemhat with a new understanding. Sometimes the truth needs to be told, no matter the cost. As he progressed, the lies became more subtle and dangerous. Some mixed partial truths with distortions, testing not only their honesty, but also their ability to discern. Amenemhat realized that he needed to use all his knowledge as a scribe to separate reality from illusion. A particularly difficult challenge arose when he encountered a shadowy version of himself, dressed in royal clothing and carrying bags of gold. That could have been yours, whispered the shadow. All the wealth you wanted, all the power you deserved. Amenemhat stared at his corrupted reflection in the eyes. My wealth is in the truth that I carry, in the love of my family, and in the honor of my work. There is no gold that is worth more than that. The shadow twisted and disappeared with a piercing scream, leaving behind only the echo of a defeated temptation. As he approached the end of the gate, one last test awaited him. Before him, a scene of his own execution materialized. His family weeping, his name forever tarnished, while Kenemneferet smiled triumphantly at the vizier's side. This is your future if you fail, declared a voice from the shadows. Are you willing to risk everything for the truth? Amenemhat stood to his full height, his voice firm and clear. The truth is not a choice, it is a duty. I would rather face 1,000 deaths defending it than live a life built on lies. The bronze gate finally opened with a deep groan, revealing new territory of the Duat. Anubis reappeared at his side, his golden eyes shining with something that could have been approval. You have sailed well through the waters of disappointment, said the god. But now he faces an even greater challenge, the Valley of Broken Reflections, where every truth has its price. Amenemhat looked out at the valley that stretched out before him, where shards of mirrors floated in the air like leaves in the wind, each reflecting a different version of reality. The sky above had turned a deep amber, and distant sounds of wailing echoed across the fractured landscape. How can I find the truth amidst so many reflections? He asked. The truth is not in the reflections, replied Anubis, but in the heart that observes them. Continue your journey, scribe. Time in the world of the living continues to tick. With these words, Anubis disappeared again, leaving Amenemhat alone to face the valley. Every step he took made the mirror fragments spin and dance around him, showing scenes from his life, some real, others distorted by imagination or fierce. In his heart, Amenemhat felt he was approaching something crucial, a fundamental truth that could not only save his life, but also expose the corruption that threatened the very heart of Egypt. With this renewed determination, he entered the Valley of Broken Reflections, ready to face any challenge that awaited him. The air around them vibrated with unrealized possibilities. As the mirror shards continued their eternal dance, each holding secrets that could be both their salvation and their undoing. The journey through the Duat was far from over, and time, both in the world of the living and the realm of the dead, continued its relentless march. In the Valley of Broken Reflections, Amenemhat's every step made the mirror shards turn like leaves in the wind. The reflected images blended into a kaleidoscope of memories and possibilities, some painfully real, others distorted by fear and uncertainty. A particularly large fragment floated past his face, showing Kenemneferet in her private quarters, furiously scratching numbers on papyrus. The scene caught Amenemhat's attention. There was something familiar about those movements, something that could be the key to proving his innocence. The answers you seek aren't always where you expect them to be, a melodious voice whispered. A tall, graceful woman emerged from the shadows, her blue skin glowing softly. It was Isis, the great goddess of magic and wisdom. Sometimes the truth is hidden in the finest details. Amenemhat bowed respectfully. Great Isis, how can I distinguish the truth amidst so many reflections? The goddess smiled gently, touching one of the floating fragments with her fingertips. The image flickered, now showing the royal treasury office. A true scribe knows that every mark on the papyrus tells a story. Observe not just what is written, but how it is written. Isis's words awakened a memory in Amenemhat. In the last records he examined before his arrest, he had noticed inconsistencies in Khenemneferet's handwriting, slight variations that indicated later changes in numbers. The symbols, he murmured, his eyes widening with realization. Khenemneferet always wrote the treasury numbers with a slight slant to the left, but in the altered records, the numbers were written hastily, slanted to the right. Isis nodded approvingly. The truth leaves its marks, even when they try to hide it. But proving this will require more than just observation. A sudden wind stirred the mirror fragments, which began to rearrange themselves, forming a winding path through the valley. Each fragment now showed a different scene from the palace, moments when Khenemneferet had manipulated the records. Amenemhat began to follow the path, studying each reflection closely. In one of them, he saw his accuser whispering with Phoenician merchants in a dark corner of the port. In another, he observed him hiding papyri in a secret chamber beneath his own office. I need to find that camera, Amenemhat said, more to himself than to the goddess. The original documents must be there. Time in the world of the living runs differently than in the duat, warned Isis. You only have one more day before the deadline expires, and there are still more challenges to face. As if to confirm his words, the ground beneath his feet began to shake. The mirror fragments shattered into even smaller pieces, and from the fissures that opened in the ground, a monstrous creature emerged, a being with the body of a crocodile and the head of a serpent. Ah, Pep, whispered Amenemhat, recognizing Ra's ancient enemy. The chaos monster snaked around him, its forked tongue tasting the air. Your quest for truth threatens the established order, hissed Apep. Some secrets must remain buried, scribe. Why risk everything for a truth few want to hear? Amenemhat felt fear rise in his chest, but Meretsager's words echoed in his memory. Trust your heart. He stood firm, staring into the creature's yellow eyes. The truth is not a choice. It is a sacred duty, he declared, his voice stronger than he expected. As a scribe, I have sworn to serve Mot, order, and justice. I cannot stray from this path, even if it leads to my destruction. Isis raised her golden ankh, and a beam of pure light pierced the darkness, forcing Apep to retreat. You speak with the wisdom of the true servants of Mot, she said, but words are not enough. You must prove your conviction through actions. The valley began to transform again. The mirror fragments fused into a large circular portal, through which Amenemhat could see the royal treasury room. It was a vision of the world of the living, where her physical body still rested in the temple of Isis. This portal can take you back, explained Isis, but only your Ka can pass through it, and only for brief moments. Use this gift wisely, for it will not be repeated. Amenemhat understood what he needed to do. If he could locate the original documents in the world of the living, he would have the necessary proof of his innocence. But the journey would be dangerous. His Ka would be vulnerable, and any mistake could cost not only his life, but also his immortal soul. How will I know the right time to return? He asked. Your heart will guide you, replied Isis. But remember, in the world of the living, you will be like a breath of wind, unable to interact directly with material objects. You will need to find other ways to reveal the truth. Before Amenemhat could ask any more questions, the goddess disappeared in a flash of blue light, leaving him alone in front of the portal. The scribe took a deep breath, gathering all his courage. With one last thought for his family, he crossed the glowing threshold, feeling his Ka being pulled back into the world of the living. The sensation was strange, like floating on a current of warm air. His spiritual body passed through the walls and corridors of the palace with the speed of thought, guided by an inner certainty that led him towards Khenemneferet's chambers. There, in the shadows of night, he would witness secrets that would change not only his destiny, but the future of the entire kingdom. Time was running out, and the truth was waiting to be revealed. Hovering like an invisible specter in Khenemneferet's chambers, Amenemhat watched her accuser in an unguarded moment. The corrupt scribe was agitated, frantically rummaging through a series of papyri scattered across his desk. The flickering light of an oil lamp cast dancing shadows on the hieroglyphic walls. Time is running out, Khenemneferet muttered to herself, beads of sweat running down her forehead. If that fool survives the journey into the Duat, Amenemhat realized that his enemy feared his possible return. Floating closer, he noticed that among the papyri there were records with two distinct handwritings. The original, inclined to the left, and the later changes, hurried and inclined to the right, exactly as he had noticed. A sudden movement caught his attention. Khenemneferet stood up abruptly, carrying some documents, and headed towards a seemingly ordinary wall. With precise gestures, he pressed a series of hieroglyphs in a specific sequence, revealing the entrance to a secret chamber. Amenemhat's spiritual heart quickened with the discovery. Here was physical proof of his innocence, but as an incorporeal K, it couldn't simply take the documents or reveal its location directly. An idea began to form in his mind, concentrating all his spiritual energy. Amenemhat managed to create a light breeze that ruffled the room's curtains. Khenemneferet, superstitious like every Egyptian, visibly shivered. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The corrupt scribe hurried to close the secret chamber, but in his nervousness, he dropped a small amulet, a lapis lazuli scarab that he always carried with him. Meritsager entered the room, his ancient eyes scanning the room with an otherworldly wisdom. The stars are restless tonight, she said, her voice carrying an eerie weight. What do you want, priestess? Khenemneferet asked, trying to maintain her composure. The gods have sent me a vision, she replied, moving around the room with deliberate steps. Secrets will come to light when the sun rises. Amenemhat realized his opportunity. Concentrating again, he managed to create another gentle breeze. this time directed towards the place where the amulet had fallen. The jewel rolled a few centimeters, catching the priestess's attention. Meritsager bent down to pick up the scarab, his wrinkled fingers also touching the specific hieroglyphs on the wall. His eyes flashed with momentary understanding. Interesting place to keep an amulet, she commented, handing the object back to an increasingly pale Khenemneferret. Pleased with his discovery, Amenemhat felt his ka being pulled back into the duat. The last vision he had of the living world was of Meretseger casting a meaningful glance at the secret wall. Back in the realm of the dead, he found himself in a vast judgment hall. Anubis waited beside a golden scale, while Thoth, the god of wisdom, prepared to record the final verdict. You have found the truth you sought, declared Anubis, but there is still one last test left. Amenemhat's spiritual heart was placed on one of the scales, on the other, a feather, the feather of Mot, representing truth and justice. The scribe watched with apprehension as the plates swayed. Your heart will be heavy not only for your actions, Thoth explained, but also for your intentions. Why do you truly seek the truth, Amenemhat? The answer came without hesitation. Not just for me or my family, but because truth is the foundation on which our society stands. As a scribe, I am the guardian of that truth. If we allow it to be corrupted, the entire weight of Mot crumbles. The scales stabilized in perfect balance. A rare smile crossed Anubis's face. You spoke well and sincerely, said the god. Your ka can return to your body. A golden light enveloped Amenemhat, and he felt himself being transported through the realms. When she opened her physical eyes again, she found herself in the temple of Isis, with Meretseger at her side. Welcome back, scribe, smiled the priestess. You have been away for nearly 3 days, but you wasted no time. The secret chamber was discovered this morning, and the original documents are already in the vizier's possession. Khenemneferret had been arrested, and a thorough investigation revealed the extent of his corruption. The vizier, recognizing his error, not only publicly absolved Amenemhat, but also promoted him to chief scribe of the royal treasury. Reunited with his family, Amenemhat embraced Nefertari and her children with tears in his eyes. The experience in the duat had changed something fundamental in his being. He now understood that truth was not just a matter of correct records, but a living force that needed to be constantly protected and nurtured. In the years that followed, Amenemhat established a new system of verification for the treasury records, ensuring that no scribe could manipulate the numbers without being discovered. His journey through the underworld became a legend among scribes, a reminder of the power and responsibility that come with the gift of writing. And on the still nights, when the wind blew softly through the papyri in his study, Amenemhat sometimes thought he heard the distant whisper of Anubis. Truth always finds its way to the light, even through the deepest shadows of the duat. The sun was setting over the Egyptian horizon, painting the sky with shades of crimson and gold, while the waters of the Nile reflected the last rays of the day. In the highest temple in Thebes, High Priest Amenemhat watched the spectacle with growing concern. Something was different that night. The shadows seemed thicker, more menacing, and the air carried an unusual weight. Ra, the powerful sun god, was preparing for his nocturnal journey through the Duat, the Egyptian underworld. His majestic solar barge, intricately decorated with golden hieroglyphics and symbols of protection, floated on the mystical waters that separated the world of the living from the realm of the dead. The god, with his falcon head and human body adorned with shining jewels, stood at the bow of the boat, his scepter held firmly in his divine hands. At his side, as always, was Thoth, the god of wisdom, with his ibis head and his eternal scrolls. But on this night, even the always serene Thoth showed signs of restlessness. "My lord," he said to Ra, "the stars speak of change. Apophis is stronger than ever. The boat's rowers, blessed souls of the righteous dead who had earned the privilege of assisting Ra on his daily journey, kept a steady pace. Among them was Nefer Keperure, a scribe who had served the pharaoh faithfully in life and now continued his service in death. His spectral eyes captured every movement in the dark waters around him. On the bank of the celestial river, Isis, the goddess of magic and protection, wove protective enchantments around the boat. His black hair danced in the Duat's unearthly wind as his words of power echoed across the dimensions. "My brother," she called Ra, "I feel the serpents of chaos stirring in the depths. Tonight will be different." As the boat moved through the underworld, the souls of the dead floated like mist around them, some begging for mercy, others offering worship. The boat passed through ancient portals, each guarded by lesser deities who revered the passing of Ra. However, the silence that normally dominated these hours was beginning to be disturbed by a distant sound, a whistle that made the very waters of the Duat tremble. Amenhotep, a warrior who had died defending his pharaoh and now served as guardian on Ra's bark, was the first to spot the signs: abnormal ripples on the surface of the water, shadows that moved against the current, and a red glow in the depths that shouldn't be there. "My lord," he warned, "Apophis approaches, and she is not alone." Ra raised his scepter, emanating golden light that illuminated the path ahead. The waters of the Duat momentarily parted, revealing a sight that made even the gods hold their breath. Not one, but 3 serpentine forms writhed in the depths. Apophis, the serpent of chaos, had found a way to multiply. Thoth quickly consulted his sacred scrolls, his quills trembling slightly. "This has never happened before," he muttered, flipping through old pages. "The prophecies speak of a time when chaos would find new ways to manifest itself. But we never imagined it would be like this." Isis began to weave new spells, her musical voice carrying power through the heavy air of the underworld. The souls of the righteous dead who rowed the barge began to chant ancient chants of protection, their spectral voices blending into an unearthly harmony that made the very walls of the Duat vibrate. In the temple at Thebes, Amenemhat felt the weight of what was to come. Younger priests ran back and forth, lighting sacred incense and performing protective rituals, while the night sky above seemed darker than usual. The high priest knew that tonight would mark the beginning of a battle unlike any other Ra had faced in his countless journeys. The solar barge continued its inexorable path through the underworld, each moment bringing it closer to the inevitable confrontation. Ra stood firm in his position, his divine light serving as a beacon of hope and order amidst the gathering darkness. His hawk eyes penetrated the shadows, watching the sinuous movements of the approaching serpents. Neferkeperur, the scribe, began recording the events on a spectral scroll, her hands moving quickly as she documented what could be the most important battle in the eternal history of Ra. Around him, other blessed spirits whispered ancient prayers, preparing themselves for what was to come. The waters of the Duat began to bubble, and a poisonous vapor rose to the surface. The first of the three Apophis emerged, its monstrous head towering above the solar barge, black scales gleaming with an unnatural shine, his eyes, red as the embers of hell, fixed on Ra with a hatred older than time itself. The tension in the air was palpable, charged with divine and chaotic energy. Thoth prepared his most powerful enchantments, while Isis strategically positioned herself to defend the boat. The slain warriors took up their spectral weapons, ready to defend their solar lord to the second death if necessary. The fate of the world hung in the balance, as it did every night. But this time the battle would be different. The sun would need to rise again, as it always has. But the price of that dawn could be higher than ever. The three serpents of chaos now circled the solar barge, their massive forms creating whirlpools in the waters of the underworld, as Ra and his allies prepared for a battle that could redefine the very cycle of existence. The first attack came like a flash of lightning in the dark waters. The largest of the three serpents of chaos hurled itself at the solar boat, its fangs dripping venom that gnawed at everything it touched. Ra, with the agility of millennia of experience, raised his golden scepter, creating a barrier of light that repelled the initial assault. The other two Apophis surrounded the vessel, looking for gaps in the divine defense. Thoth quickly unrolled one of his sacred scrolls, its hieroglyphs glowing with ancient power. "The serpents are connected," he announced, his ibis eyes scanning the arcane symbols. "They are manifestations of the same entity. To hurt one is to hurt them all." This revelation provoked a change in strategy. Isis, her black hair now emanating a silver aura, began to weave a more complex spell. His words of power were no longer aimed at protecting just the boat, but at creating a mystical network that could trap the three serpents simultaneously. Neferkeperur continued her frantic recording of events, her spectral hands moving urgently over the parchment. At his side, Amenhotep arranged the warrior souls in defensive formation, their ethereal weapons shining with the reflected light of Ra. The second Apophis plunged into the depths of the Duat, causing turbulence that made the solar boat rock dangerously. The souls of the oarsmen struggled to stay on course, their spectral faces contorted with the effort. The third serpent took this moment to attack from below, its black scales cutting through the mystical waters like sharp obsidian. Ra, anticipating the attack, swung his scepter in a golden arc, creating a cascade of sunlight that penetrated the waters of the underworld. The serpent hissed in pain as the divine glow touched its scales, but it did not retreat completely. Instead, Its massive body partially wrapped itself around the boat, trying to constrain the vessel's movement. "The portals!" shouted Thoth, pointing to the ancient passages of the underworld that approached. "If we don't cross in time, the cycle will be broken." The black stone doors that marked the different regions of the Duat began to slowly close, their hieroglyphic surfaces pulsing with ancient energy. Isis completed her enchantment with a dramatic gesture, and filaments of silver light emerged from the waters, intertwining like a divine web. The chaos serpents writhed when the magic touched them, but their combined strength was impressive. Where once a single Apophis posed a formidable challenge, now 3 aspects of the same chaotic entity threatened to surpass even the power of the gods. In the temple at Thebes, Amenemhat felt every moment of the battle through his mystical connections. The younger priests had formed a circle of power, their prayers and chants echoing across the dimensions to strengthen Ra and his allies. The air in the temple was heavy with incense and magic, while the stars above seemed to twinkle in an anxious rhythm. Back at Duat, the battle intensified. The first Apophis had partially freed herself from Isis's web, and now directed her attack directly at Ra. The sun god found himself in a precarious position. He needed to maintain enough energy to complete his journey, but he also could not allow the serpents to prevail. Amenhotep, realizing his lord's dilemma, gathered the warrior souls for a coordinated counterattack. With their spectral weapons, they attacked the points where the serpents were most vulnerable, the junctions where their scales met. Although his ethereal blades barely scratched the creature's ancient skin, each small cut seemed to weaken all 3 manifestations equally. Thoth took advantage of this discovery to formulate a new plan. "We need to attack in sync," he declared, his eyes shining with ancient wisdom. "Every blow must be multiplied by 3. As they are, so must be our response." Nefer Keperur momentarily interrupted her writing to add her own wisdom. In the oldest texts, there is mention of a ritual that can unify divided forces. Perhaps we can use this against them, force them to become one again. This suggestion sparked a moment of clarity in Ra. The sun god began to emanate an even more intense glow, his divine form growing in stature. His voice, when he spoke, reverberated through the very fabric of the underworld. "Thoth, Isis, channel your powers through me. Let us use their very nature against them." The solar barge continued its journey through the turbulent waters of the Duat, now sailing at a more urgent pace as the portals began to close. The 3 Apophis, sensing that something significant was about to happen, intensified their attacks. His thrusts became more frantic, more desperate. The air in the underworld became charged with divine energy as Thoth and Isis began to direct their powers towards Ra. The sun god became a beacon of golden light so intense that even the souls of the dead had to look away. The waters of the Duat seemed to boil with concentrated power, while the walls of the underworld shook with the magnitude of the energy being channeled. The chaos serpents, however, would not retreat easily. United in their purpose to prevent the sunrise, the 3 aspects of Apophis were preparing for a final and devastating attack. The battle was about to reach its climax, and the fate of the eternal cycle of day and night hung by a thread. At the crucial moment, Ra concentrated all the energy channeled by Thoth and Isis into his golden scepter, which now pulsed with a power almost unbearable to behold. Apophis's three serpents, sensing the threat, coordinated their final attack. The first charged from the front, while the other two attacked from the sides of the solar boat, creating a deadly embrace that threatened to crush the divine vessel. Neferkeperur, still frantically documenting the events, noticed a pattern in the serpent's movements. "They move as one," he shouted, his spectral voice cutting through the chaos of battle. "When one attacks, the others compensate for the movement." This observation provoked an epiphany in Thoth, who quickly consulted his scrolls once more. "Of course," exclaimed the god of wisdom, "they are not three truly separate entities. They are reflections, like images in a broken mirror." Isis, understanding the meaning of this revelation, adapted her incantations. Instead of trying to contain the serpents individually, she began to weave a spell that created reflections of light in the waters of the duet. The mystical surfaces became like mirrors, confusing the serpents who, for a moment, could not distinguish their own reflections from their real manifestations. Taking advantage of this momentary confusion, Amenhotep led his spectral troops in a daring maneuver. The dead warriors, brandishing their ethereal weapons, simultaneously attacked the points where the three serpents connected to their own reflections. Each blow caused ripples in the very reality of the underworld, as if the structure of the duat was being affected by the battle. In the temple in Thebes, Amenemhat felt a shift in cosmic energy. The priests who maintained the protective rituals began to stagger, exhausted by the effort of channeling so much power. The air itself seemed to be growing thicker, heavy with the weight of the divine conflict unfolding in the underworld. Ra, realizing that the moment was crucial, raised his scepter to its highest point. The light emanating from him was no longer just golden, but contained all the colors of dawn, a full spectrum of solar power. With a precise movement, he directed this energy not against the serpents directly, but towards the waters of the duat that Isis had transformed into mystical mirrors. The effect was immediate and spectacular. The light refracted through the enchanted waters, creating a prism of divine power that enveloped the three manifestations of Apophis. The chaos serpents, trapped in this net of light, began to lose their individuality. Their forms began to merge, pulled back into their original unity by the very nature of their being. Thoth, seeing the plan work, began to recite an ancient incantation, as old as the separation between order and chaos itself. His words had weight and substance, each syllable altering the very fabric of reality around him. The hieroglyphics on their scrolls began to float in the air, glowing with their own light and circling the merging serpents. The souls of the oarsmen held the boat steady with superhuman effort, their spectral forms glowing with the intensity of their dedication. Neferkeperur continued her recording, her hands moving so quickly that they left trails of light in the air, documenting a unique moment in the eternal history of the cosmos. The fusion of serpents, however, did not happen without resistance. As the three forms were forced together, waves of chaotic energy emanated from them, threatening to shatter the reality around them. Each wave of destructive power caused the solar boat to shudder and the souls of the dead to falter. Isis, sensing the danger, expanded her mirror spell to create a protective barrier around the vessel. Their ancient magic, combined with the light of Ra and the wisdom of Thoth, formed a formidable defense against the unfolding storm of chaos. Amenhotep and his warriors formed an additional line of defense, their spectral weapons raised in a final salute, ready to face any manifestation of chaos that managed to penetrate the divine protections. Their ethereal forms glowed with fierce determination, each of them willing to face a second death to protect the cosmic order. The process of reunification reached its climax when the three serpents, now almost completely fused, issued one last roar of defiance that shook the very foundations of the underworld. The walls of the Duat shook, and for a moment it seemed as if the entire realm of the dead might crumble under the pressure of the released power. It was at this critical moment that Ra demonstrated why he was the ruler of the gods. With a graceful movement, he channeled all the chaotic energy released by the fusion through his own being, using it to further fuel the process of reunification. It was a dangerous gambit. Absorbing so much chaos could destroy even a god, but it was necessary to complete the cycle. The waters of the Duat began to calm down, although they still boiled with residual energy. Where once there had been three monstrous serpents, now only one Apophis remained, larger and more terrible than before, but unique again. His eyes, red as the blood of the gods, fixed on Ra with renewed, concentrated hatred. The battle was far from over, but its nature had fundamentally changed. The challenge now was no longer to face three adversaries, but rather to confront an Apophis more powerful than ever, strengthened by the energy released during its reunification. The Chaos Serpent, although defeated in its attempt to multiply, had emerged from the experience with increased power. Thoth, noticing the change in the dynamics of the battle, began frantically searching his scrolls for knowledge that could help against this new threat. Isis reinforced her protective enchantments as the souls of the dead regrouped for the next phase of the conflict. The sun still needed to rise, and time continued its inexorable march. The solar boat had to complete its journey, no matter the obstacles. Ra stood firm in his position, his divine light shining like a beacon of hope against the darkness of the underworld, preparing for what promised to be one of the most significant battles of his eternal existence. The battle against the now unified Apophis entered a new phase. The serpent of chaos, more powerful than ever, towered over the solar boat like a mountain of black scales. Its massive body writhed in the waters of the Duat, creating whirlpools that threatened to swallow the divine vessel. Ra maintained his position at the bow, his scepter still radiating the dawn light. The power he had absorbed during the serpent fusion circulated within him like a whirlwind of chaotic energy, threatening to rupture his divine form. His every move now needed to be calculated, as the slightest slip could release a devastating explosion. Thoth finally found a relevant passage in his ancient scrolls. When chaos becomes concentrated, he read aloud, it becomes more vulnerable to order. Like a tightly tensioned rope, it can snap with a single precise blow. His ibis eyes sparkled with renewed understanding. Isis, hearing Thoth's words, adapted her incantations. Instead of creating protective barriers, she began weaving spells that increased the tension in the serpent's body. His words of power now aimed to force the chaos to concentrate even more, making it denser and consequently more fragile. Neferkeperur continued her meticulous recording, her notes now focusing on the subtle changes occurring in the structure of the duat itself. The walls of the underworld seemed to pulse with each movement of the battle, as if the realm of the dead itself responded to the unprecedented concentration of chaotic power. Amenhotep reorganized his spectral troops into a new formation, Heavenly Spear Formation, he commanded, and the souls of the dead warriors positioned themselves in a pattern that mirrored the Orion constellation. Their ethereal weapons began to glow with a synchronized light, channeling the energy of the stars through the underworld. In the temple at Thebes, Amenemhat felt a change in the atmosphere. The sacred incense sticks burned with flames of impossible colors, and the hieroglyphs on the walls seemed to move on their own. The younger priests, exhausted but determined, continued their chants, their voices now harmonizing with the very vibrations of the cosmos. Apophis attacked with renewed ferocity. Its mouth, big enough to swallow the sun, opened in a roar that made the souls of the dead tremble. Black venom dripped from its fangs, each drop carrying enough power to corrode reality itself. Ra faced the attack with a calm born of countless battles. He allowed a fraction of the absorbed chaos to flow through his scepter, creating a counterattack that surprised even the serpent. It was a risky tactic, using chaos itself against his avatar. But the sun god knew he needed every advantage he could get. The rowers of the solar barge kept a steady pace, their spectral forms glowing with renewed determination. Each stroke took them closer to the final portals of the Duat, where the sun would need to emerge to bring a new day to the world of the living. Thoth began to recite a complex incantation, his words weaving a web of order around the chaotic serpent. Each syllable was precisely calculated to increase the tension Isis was creating, forcing the chaos to collapse even further into itself. The strategy began to show results. Apophis's massive body, once fluid and unpredictable, was beginning to show signs of rigidity. Their scales, normally flexible, like liquid shadows, became more defined and, consequently, more vulnerable. Amenhotep sensed the opportunity and led his warriors in a coordinated attack. The souls of the righteous dead, still in their star formation, threw their weapons in a single, synchronized movement. The spectral blades, charged with the light of the stars and the blessing of the gods, found their target at the points where Apophis's scales had become most rigid. The impact was impressive. For the first time since the start of the battle, the Chaos Serpent showed true pain. His roar of agony shook the foundations of the underworld, and waves of chaotic energy emanated from his wounds like black lightning. Ra took advantage of this moment of vulnerability to channel more power through his scepter. The light emanating from him now was not just sunlight, but a combination of divine order and controlled chaos. It was a spectacle, both terrifying and magnificent. The power of creation and destruction united in a single beam of energy. Neferkeperure, without stopping her documentation, noticed something significant. The wounds he exclaimed. "They're not healing like they normally do." It was true. The cuts caused by the spectral weapons remained open, leaking a chaotic essence that dissipated into the waters of the Duat. Isis intensified her enchantments, taking advantage of this new weakness. His words of power now focused on the open wounds, using them as anchor points for his containment spells. The goddess's magic penetrated deeper into the serpent's essence than it had ever been able to do before. The battle reached a critical point. Apophis, injured but still terribly powerful, prepared for a desperate attack. Its immense body began to wrap itself around the solar vessel in increasingly tighter spirals, threatening to crush the divine vessel and all of its occupants. The pressure on the boat was immense. The mystical planks that comprised it groaned under the strain, and some of the oarsmen's weakest souls began to falter, their spectral forms flickering like flames in the wind. But no one abandoned their post. Every being present on the boat understood the crucial importance of their mission. The world of the living and the dead seemed to hold its breath as the battle approached its climax. Deep within the Duat, where reality was as malleable as dreams, the fate of the cycle of existence itself hung in the balance. The decisive moment had arrived. Ra, aware that he could no longer contain the chaotic energy he had absorbed, made a decision that would change the course of the eternal battle. With a fluid movement, the sun god began to rotate his scepter in a circular pattern, creating a vortex of light that mixed his own divine essence with controlled chaos. Thoth, realizing Ra's intention, quickly began adjusting his enchantments. "My lord," he warned, "if you release all this power at once, there could be unpredictable consequences for the very structure of the Duat." But even as he spoke, the god of wisdom adapted his spells to work in harmony with Ra's plan. Apophis's coils continued to tighten around the solar barge, but now the serpent of chaos showed signs of hesitation. Something about the energy emanating from Ra made her instinctively recoil, as if recognizing a fundamental threat to her very existence. Isis, understanding what was about to happen, began to weave a protective network more complex than any she had ever created. Their enchantments were now not only aimed at protecting the barge and its occupants, but also at containing the explosion of power that was about to be released. Neferkeperur continued her frantic recording, her spectral hands moving with unearthly urgency. "The waters of the Duat," he noted in his scroll, "are beginning to boil with pure energy. It is as if the underworld itself is preparing for something unprecedented." Amenhotep and his dead warriors maintained their star formation, but now their spectral weapons vibrated in resonance with the growing energy of Ra. The souls of the warriors began to shine with a light of their own, as if they were becoming conduits of the divine power that was about to be released. In the temple in Thebes, Amenemhat felt a dramatic shift in cosmic energy. The hieroglyphics on the walls began to glow with their own light, and the air became so thick with mystical power that it was almost impossible to breathe. The younger priests fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what they were feeling. Back in the Duat, Ra began speaking in a language older than the gods themselves, words that had not been spoken since the creation of the universe. Each syllable caused ripples in reality, and time itself seemed to falter in its constant flow. Apophis, sensing imminent danger, attempted one last desperate attack. The serpent of chaos threw all of its remaining power against the solar barge, a wave of pure destruction that threatened to shatter the very fabric of the underworld. But it was too late. Ra completed his ancient invocation and, with a definitive movement of his scepter, released all the energy he had accumulated. The power of the sun, combined with the chaos controlled and amplified by the incantations of Thoth and Isis, exploded in a wave of light that transcended divine understanding itself. The impact was beyond anything the Duat had ever witnessed. The wave of power swept through the waters of the underworld like a tsunami of pure light, engulfing everything in its path. Apophis, caught in the center of this explosion of divine energy, was struck with the full force of order and chaos united in a single purpose. The chaos serpent emitted a scream that echoed throughout all dimensions of existence. His massive body, once seemingly indestructible, began to disintegrate under the combined assault of sunlight and controlled chaotic energy. The scales that had withstood countless battles began to dissolve like mist in the sun. Thoth watched in amazement as his scrolls automatically recorded the historic event. "This is more than a victory," he murmured. "It's a transformation." And indeed it was. The energy released was not only defeating Apophis, it was altering his very essence. The souls of the rowers, protected by the enchantments of Isis, kept the boat stable, while waves of power continued to emanate from the point of impact. Neferkeperur documented every detail, her words glowing with their own light as they were written on the spectral parchment. As the light began to fade, an astonishing sight revealed itself. Where Apophis once stood, now floated a different form, still serpentine, but transformed. Chaos had not been destroyed, but rather transmuted into something new, something that was not yet order, but was also no longer pure destruction. Ra, although exhausted by the monumental effort, remained upright in the bow of the boat. His light now shone with a different quality, as if he too had been transformed by the experience. The sun god had found a new way to maintain cosmic balance. The waters of the Duat began to calm, and the first signs of dawn began to appear on the distant horizon. The solar barge, although scarred by battle, continued its journey towards the new day. The souls of the righteous dead, both rowers and warriors, held their posts with renewed pride. Thoth closed his scrolls reverently. "This day will mark the beginning of a new era," he declared. "The cycle continues, but it has fundamentally changed." Isis nodded in agreement, her protective enchantments gradually dissolving as the immediate threat passed. In the temple at Thebes, Amenemhat watched as the sky began to lighten with the first touch of dawn. The priests, although exhausted, smiled at the sight of the golden rays of the rising sun. They had witnessed, even if indirectly, a fundamental shift in the cosmic balance. The solar barge continued its final journey towards the eastern horizon, where Ra would emerge once again to bring light to the world of the living. But now, both the god and his companions knew that future battles would be different. Chaos would still exist, but it had been transformed, and with it, the very nature of the eternal cycle. Nefer Keperur completed her entry with one last observation. And so, on a night that will be remembered for all eternity, the balance between order and chaos was redefined not through total destruction, but through transformation. The sun will rise again, as it always has, but its light now carries a new wisdom, the understanding that even the deepest chaos can be transformed into something that contributes to the harmony of the cosmos. Life in Kansas always followed its own rhythm, marked by the golden sway of the wheat fields and the occasional mooing of the cows on Dorothy's aunt and uncle's farm. The young girl with brown braids and curious eyes lived a simple existence with Aunt Em, Uncle Henry, and their inseparable companion, the little dog Toto. The farm, although modest, was their home, a place where every dawn brought with it the promise of another day of hard work under the scorching sun of the plains. On that particular morning, the sky had a different hue, a deep gray, that made Dorothy feel uneasy. Toto, always attentive to his mistress's mood swings, followed in her footsteps with even more dedication than usual. The wind began to blow strangely, making the curtains of the little wooden house dance to a frantic rhythm. Dorothy, Dorothy. Auntie Em's voice cut through the air like a warning bell. Come inside right now. There's a tornado coming. The panic in her voice was palpable, something Dorothy rarely witnessed in her ever-so-controlled aunt. The sky darkened even more, and the wind turned into a deafening roar. Dorothy ran into the house with Toto at her heels, but before she could reach the basement, where her aunt and uncle were already sheltering, a particularly strong gust ripped the door off its hinges. The girl felt her feet leave the ground, and in an instant of sheer terror, she realized that she and Toto had been sucked into the cyclone. The world was spinning in a whirlwind of colors and sounds. Dorothy hugged Toto tightly to her chest, closing her eyes tightly, as the whole house swirled in the air like a feather in the wind. Furniture, chickens, fences, everything danced around them in a chaotic waltz. Time seemed to have lost all meaning in that moment, suspended between heaven and earth. When everything finally stopped and silence replaced the roar of the wind, Dorothy slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she noticed was the light, bright, colorful, and completely different from the yellowish light of Kansas. Through the window, she could see a world that seemed to have come straight out of her most fantastic dreams. With hesitant steps, Dorothy approached the crooked door and opened it. What she saw stunned her. Giant flowers in vibrant colors, trees with candied fruit, and even more surprisingly, little people dressed in extraordinarily colorful clothes, who watched her with a mixture of amazement and curiosity. Welcome to the land of Oz, dear liberator, said a melodious voice. An ethereal-looking woman, dressed in a shimmering pink dress and carrying a delicate crown, approached, floating in the air. I'm Glinda, the Good Witch of the North, and you've just rid us of the terrible, wicked witch of the East. Dorothy, still confused, looked where Glinda was pointing, and saw to her horror that her house had landed on someone. Only a pair of feet wearing very shiny ruby shoes appeared under the building. But I didn't want to hurt anyone, Dorothy exclaimed, feeling horrified at the thought of having caused someone's death, even accidentally. Don't worry, dear. Glinda smiled gently. The Wicked Witch of the East had been terrorizing the Munchkins for years. You freed them, and they'll be eternally grateful for that. It was then that Dorothy noticed that the little people, the Munchkins, began to approach their previously fearful faces, now opening into smiles of joy and gratitude. They sang and danced, celebrating their newfound freedom. But how am I going to get home? Dorothy asked, feeling tears forming in her eyes. My aunt and uncle must be very worried. To get back to Kansas, you'll need the help of the great and powerful Wizard of Oz, explained Glinda. He lives in the Emerald City, in the center of Oz. To get there, you have to follow the yellow brick road. With a flick of her wand, Glinda made the Wicked Witch's ruby shoes appear on Dorothy's feet. These magic shoes will protect you on your journey. Never take them off, for they possess a power that even I don't fully understand. Dorothy looked at her sparkling new shoes, and then at the road that stretched out before her. A shining path made of yellow bricks that snaked through that strange and wonderful land. Toto barked excitedly beside her, apparently eager to begin the adventure. Always stay on the yellow brick road, warned Glinda. The journey will be long, and you will meet both friends and dangers along the way. But if you keep your heart pure and your determination strong, you will arrive safely in the Emerald City. With these words, Glinda disappeared in a shimmering pink bubble, leaving Dorothy alone with Toto and the Munchkins, who were still celebrating. The little girl straightened her blue and white dress, checked that her new shoes were tied properly, and took her first step onto the yellow brick road. The sun was shining in an impossibly blue sky, and butterflies the size of dinner plates floated lazily among giant flowers. Dorothy didn't know what awaited her in this magical land, but she was determined to find her way back home. With Toto by her side and ruby shoes on her feet, she began her journey along the yellow brick road, never imagining the extraordinary adventures and unique friends she would meet along the way. The yellow brick road stretched out before Dorothy, like a shining golden ribbon under the sun of that strange land. As she walked, she marveled at the peculiar trees that lined the road with leaves in shades of blue and purple that she had never seen. In Kansas, Toto ran ahead of her, occasionally stopping to sniff an exotic flower or chase a sparkling butterfly. As they advanced, the landscape gradually began to change. The colorful fields of the Munchkins gave way to a wilder region with abandoned plantations and broken fences. Dorothy noticed that the sun was beginning to descend over the horizon, painting the sky with orange hues that were vaguely reminiscent of the sunsets on her farm. Oh, Toto, sighed Dorothy. I hope we find somewhere safe to spend the night. She had barely finished speaking when she spotted a strange figure in the middle of a cornfield. It was a scarecrow, but there was something different about it. It seemed to be waving. Curious Dorothy approached cautiously. To her complete surprise, the scarecrow was actually moving, and it wasn't just the wind that was making it sway. His painted eyes twinkled, and his stitched mouth opened in a friendly smile. Hello, said the scarecrow in a cheerful voice. Would it be too much trouble to help me down from here? I've been stuck on this pole for so long that I've lost count of the days. Dorothy, still stunned, but already beginning to get used to the wonders of Oz, approached to help. Carefully, she untied the ropes that held the scarecrow, who fell to the ground with a soft thud, scattering some straw. "Thanks a lot," he said, getting up and tidying up the straw that had escaped from his patched clothes. "You know it's terrible being stuck in one place, especially when you don't have a brain to think about how to get out." "You don't have a brain?" asked Dorothy in surprise. "Not a single one," replied the Scarecrow cheerfully. "When the farmer made me, he filled my head with straw instead of a brain. That's why I'm such a fool." Dorothy watched the Scarecrow with sympathy. Despite his peculiar appearance, with his old hat and patched clothes, there was something extremely endearing about his sincere and optimistic personality. "I'm going to the Emerald City to see the Wizard of Oz," Dorothy explained. "I need to ask him to send me back home to Kansas." The Scarecrow's painted eyes lit up with a sudden idea. "Do you think this Wizard of Oz could give me a brain?" "I don't know," replied Dorothy honestly. "But you can come with me to find out. It would be nice to have company on the journey." The Scarecrow accepted the invitation with enthusiasm, and together they continued along the yellow brick road. Dorothy discovered that her new friend, even without a brain, was an excellent conversationalist. He told stories about his life in the cornfield, about the crows that used to mock him, and about his dreams of one day being able to think deeply about things. As evening approached, they found a small wood by the side of the road. The Scarecrow helped Dorothy gather fruit for dinner and organized a comfortable place for her to sleep using soft leaves as a mattress. "Don't worry about me," he said when Dorothy asked if he needed to rest too. "I never sleep. I'll just sit here and try to think, even if I'm not very good at it." During the night, Dorothy slept peacefully, knowing that her new friend was on guard. Toto snuggled up next to her, and for the first time since arriving in Oz, she felt truly safe. As the sun rose, they resumed their journey. The Scarecrow proved to be a valuable companion, helping Dorothy through difficult stretches of road and keeping her spirits high with his optimistic observations about everything they saw. "You know," he said as they walked, "even without a brain, I can see that you're a very special girl, Dorothy. It's not just anyone who would help a strange scarecrow stuck on a pole." Dorothy blushed at the compliment. "And you're much cleverer than you think," she replied. "You've had several brilliant ideas since we started traveling together." The Scarecrow shook his head, causing a few strands of straw to fall out. "They're just lucky guesses. Just imagine what I could do with a real brain." They continued, walking along the road, which now meandered through a denser area of forest. The trees seemed older and darker here, with twisted branches that formed arches over the road. Dorothy noticed that Toto was more restless, keeping closer to her feet. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound coming from between the trees, something that sounded like a metallic groan. The Scarecrow and Dorothy exchanged curious glances. "Should we investigate?" asked Dorothy hesitantly. "Well, if I had a brain, I'd probably know if that was a good idea," replied the Scarecrow. "But since I don't, all I can say is that it sounds interesting." Cautiously, they veered a little off the yellow brick road, following the mysterious sound. What they would encounter would be just the first of many surprising encounters that awaited Dorothy on her journey through the land of Oz, a land where each new friend seemed to have their own special wish to fulfill. Following the metallic sound, Dorothy and the Scarecrow came across an impressive figure, a man made entirely of tin standing motionless like a statue. His eyes moved, watching them with an expression of silent supplication. Beside him was a small rusty axe lying in the grass. Mm, mm. The Tin Man tried to speak, but only muffled sounds escaped from his metallic mouth. "He's trying to tell us something," exclaimed Dorothy, approaching cautiously. She then noticed an old watering can hanging from a nearby tree. "Scarecrow, do you think he needs oil?" "If I had a brain, I'd know for sure," replied the Scarecrow. "But it sounds like a good idea." Dorothy picked up the watering can and carefully began to apply oil to the Tin Man's rusty joints. First his mouth, then his neck, arms and legs. Gradually he began to move the creaking, diminishing, until he could speak and move freely. "Thank you very much," said the Tin Man, his metallic voice laden with gratitude. "I've been standing here for so long that I thought I'd never move again. It was the rain that completely rusted me." "How did that happen?" asked Dorothy, fascinated by the glowing figure in front of her. The Tin Man sighed, a sound reminiscent of the wind blowing up a chimney. "I was an ordinary lumberjack made of flesh and blood, like you, but I was in love with a young Munchkin girl, and I promised to marry her. Unfortunately, the Wicked Witch of the East didn't want her to marry me, so she bewitched my axe so that it would cut off parts of my body. Each time this happened, I went to a tinker who replaced the missing part with tin until I became completely metal." "What a sad story," Dorothy exclaimed. "And what happened to your love?" "That's the worst of it," he replied wistfully. "When I became completely tin, I discovered that I no longer had a heart. Without it, I couldn't love the girl anymore, and she ended up marrying someone else." The Scarecrow, who was listening attentively to the story, commented, "At least you have a brain. I'd give anything to have one." "A brain is nice," agreed the Tin Man, "but I'd rather have a heart. You can't imagine how sad it is not to be able to love, not to feel joy or sadness." Dorothy had an idea. "We're going to the Emerald City to see the Wizard of Oz. I'm going to ask to come home, and the Scarecrow is going to ask for a brain. Why don't you come with us? Maybe the wizard can give you a heart." The Tin Man's metallic eyes shone with hope. "Would you really accept me as a traveling companion?" "Of course," replied the Scarecrow enthusiastically. "The more the merrier." Thus, the now enlarged group resumed their journey along the yellow brick road. The Tin Man carried his newly oiled axe, which could be useful for clearing a path through the increasingly dense forest. Dorothy found that her two companions complemented each other perfectly. The Scarecrow's natural optimism balanced out the Tin Man's melancholy tendencies. As they advanced, the forest became darker and more frightening. Twisted branches seemed to form sinister faces, and strange sounds echoed between the trees. Toto kept close to Dorothy's feet, occasionally growling into the shadows. "Do you think there are any dangerous animals around here?" asked Dorothy, gripping the basket she was carrying tighter. "Probably," replied the Tin Man. "I've heard stories about lions and tigers and bears living in these forests." "Oh dear," exclaimed Dorothy. "Don't worry," assured the Tin Man, raising his axe. "I can protect us from any beast even without a heart." The Scarecrow added, "And I can distract any animal while you run away. After all, what's the worst that can happen to me? I'm just straw." His words had barely been uttered when a mighty roar echoed through the forest, making the trees shake. Toto ran to hide behind Dorothy, who froze in place. Tin Man raised his axe in a defensive position, while Scarecrow searched frantically for the source of the sound. Suddenly, a huge lion leapt onto the road in front of them, its claws outstretched and golden mane swaying menacingly. Its yellow eyes blazed with ferocity as it prepared to attack. Toto, in a moment of bravery or foolishness, stepped out from behind Dorothy and started barking at the beast. The lion, to everyone's surprise, jumped back and started crying, "Please, don't let that monster attack me," begged the lion between sobs, referring to little Toto. Dorothy the Scarecrow and the Tin Man looked at each other stunned. There was the king of beasts, trembling with fear of a puppy. The situation was so absurd that Dorothy couldn't help but laugh. "You're a cowardly lion," she exclaimed, still laughing. The lion wiped his tears with the tip of his tail. "I know it's terrible, isn't it? I'm a disgrace to the whole lion race. I've always been like this ever since I was a cub. I'm afraid of everything." "But you're so big and strong," argued the Scarecrow. "What's the point of being strong on the outside when you're a coward on the inside?" lamented the lion. "All the other animals expect me to be brave because I'm a lion, but I'm actually afraid even of my own shadow." Dorothy felt sorry for the poor creature. It was strange to see such a majestic animal reduced to tears. "We're going to see the Wizard of Oz," she said gently. "Maybe he can give you courage." The lion's eyes lit up. "Do you think he would?" "Why not?" replied the Tin Man. "He'll give me a heart and a brain for the Scarecrow." "And if he can do all that," added the Scarecrow, "he can certainly give courage to a lion." The lion dried his last tears and managed a small smile. "Can I come with you? Then I promise I won't be too much of a burden." And so the group gained another member. Young Dorothy, the brainless Scarecrow, the heartless Tin Man, the cowardly lion, and little Toto, an unlikely company united by the desire to fulfill their deepest dreams. The yellow brick road stretched ahead of them, taking them ever closer to the mysterious Emerald City and the mighty Wizard of Oz. However, none of them could have imagined the adventures and dangers they would still face before reaching their destination. With the group now complete, the journey along the yellow brick road took on a new rhythm. The lion, despite his fearful nature, provided an additional sense of security when he wasn't hiding behind bushes at the slightest suspicious noise. Dorothy discovered that her companions, even with their apparent flaws, were an extraordinary team. As they advanced, the landscape began to change dramatically. The dense forest gave way to a more arid and rocky terrain. The sky, once a vibrant blue, took on darker, more threatening tones. Dorothy couldn't help but notice that her ruby shoes shone more brightly in this gloomy environment. "Something's not right," muttered the Tin Man, gripping his axe tighter. "The air feels different." The Scarecrow, trying to maintain his usual optimism, commented, "If I had a brain, I'd probably know what's wrong. But at least the road is still here to guide us." Suddenly, a flock of giant black crows crossed the sky, their wings producing a deafening sound. The lion immediately crouched down, trembling. "It's the messengers of the Wicked Witch of the West," exclaimed a voice from a nearby tree. Everyone turned to see a small winged monkey, different from the crows, hiding among the branches. "The witch knows you're coming. She wants the girl's ruby shoes." Dorothy felt a shiver run down her spine. Glinda had mentioned that the shoes were powerful, but hadn't explained exactly why. Before they could question the winged monkey any further, it flapped its wings and disappeared into the dark sky. "We mustn't let ourselves be intimidated," declared the Tin Man, although his metallic voice trembled slightly. "We've come too far to give up now." The group continued their journey, but now with greater caution. The Scarecrow often tripped over loose stones, scattering some straw along the way, which the Tin Man patiently helped to collect. The Lion, despite his constant fear, kept his senses sharp for any sign of real danger. As the afternoon progressed, they came to an area where huge rocks formed a natural gorge. The yellow brick road snaked between the rock formations, creating unsettling shadows. "Maybe we should look for another way," suggested the Lion, his voice trembling. "This place looks perfect for an ambush." No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous sound echoed through the gorge. Large boulders began to tumble down the steep walls. The Tin Man quickly pushed Dorothy to one side, shielding her with his metallic body, while the Scarecrow pulled Toto to the safety of a small cave. The Lion, surprising everyone, and especially himself, roared with all his might and leapt over a particularly large rock that was about to crush his friends, deflecting it with his powerful paws. "You saved our lives," exclaimed Dorothy, hugging the Lion as soon as the dust had settled. "That was very brave." The Lion blinked, surprised at his own action. I didn't even think. I just didn't want you to get hurt. Sometimes true courage isn't not being afraid," observed the Scarecrow, shaking the dust off his straw, "but acting even though you're afraid." An evil laugh echoed through the gorge, and a menacing green figure appeared in the sky, riding a broom. The Wicked Witch of the West looked at them with eyes gleaming with evil. "Did you think you could cross my territory without consequences?" she sneered. "Give me the ruby shoes, and maybe I'll let you continue your foolish journey." The Tin Man stepped forward, raising his axe. "Never those shoes belong to." "Dorothy!" The witch let out another laugh, then prepared to face even worse consequences. With a flick of her broom, she disappeared in a cloud of green sulphurous smoke. "We need to keep moving," said Dorothy, with determination, although her voice betrayed her fear. "The Emerald City can't be too far away now." The group moved on, more united than ever. The Tin Man kept his axe ready. The Scarecrow watched the sky intently, and the Lion, inspired by his moment of bravery, walked with his head held a little higher. At dusk, they found a small oasis near the road with a spring of crystal clear water. While Dorothy and Toto rested, the Tin Man stood guard. The Scarecrow collected fruit for dinner, and the Lion, surprised at himself, made rounds of the camp's perimeter. "You know," said the Lion, returning from one of his rounds, "even though I'm still afraid, I feel that with you, I'm stronger. Maybe I don't need to be brave on my own." The Tin Man nodded. "And even without a heart, I feel something special for all of you." "Is that friendship?" "If I had a brain," added the Scarecrow, "I could explain why we've become so close. But even without it, I know I've found a real family." Dorothy smiled, feeling warmed by the affection of her unusual friends. The Wicked Witch of the West might be powerful, but there was something even stronger uniting that peculiar group, a bond forged through adversity and strengthened by a shared determination to make their dreams come true. The night advanced, and the stars of Oz, different from those of Kansas, shone in the sky like diamonds. Dorothy fell asleep to the sound of the Scarecrow humming softly, the occasional creak of the Tin Man's joints, and the lion's soft snores. Tomorrow they would face new challenges, but together they knew they could overcome any obstacle the Wicked Witch of the West put in their way. Dawn brought with it a greenish sky on the horizon, not the menacing green of the Wicked Witch of the West, but a soft, shimmering glow that made Dorothy's eyes widen in amazement. In the distance, emerging from the morning mist, was the Emerald City. "It's even more beautiful than I imagined," exclaimed Dorothy, observing the towers and domes that glittered like jewels in the light of the rising sun. The group resumed their journey with renewed vigor. The Tin Man had spent the night polishing his metallic surface until it shone. The Scarecrow had adjusted his stubble to look more presentable, and even the lion had tried combing his mane with his claws, although the result was somewhat disheveled. As they approached the city, the yellow brick road became wider and more manicured. Fields of red poppies stretched out on either side, their sweet scent filling the air. Dorothy felt her eyes grow heavy. "Something's wrong," warned the Tin Man, noticing Dorothy staggering. "Those flowers, they look bewitched." The lion also began to yawn, his steps getting slower. "I'm so sleepy." "It's the witch's magic," cried the Scarecrow. "Poppies are enchanted to make you sleep forever." The Tin Man, who couldn't be affected by the scent of the flowers because he couldn't breathe quickly, took Dorothy in his arms. The Scarecrow tried to help the lion, but he was too light to support the weight of the big cat, who had already fallen into a deep sleep. "We've got to get them out of here," exclaimed the Tin Man, carrying Dorothy and Toto, who had also fallen asleep. With a joint effort, the Tin Man and the Scarecrow managed to drag their friends out of the poppy field. As soon as they reached a safe area of green grass, silver snow began to fall gently on them, more magic from Glinda the Good Witch to break the poppy's spell. Dorothy and Toto woke up first, followed by the lion, who looked ashamed to have succumbed to the spell. "Some king of beasts I am," he muttered. "It's not your fault," consoled Dorothy. "It was the witch's black magic." Finally, they reached the gates of the Emerald City. They were huge, made of pure emerald, and decorated with intricate golden carvings. A guard wearing green glasses answered them through a small window. "No one can enter without wearing the special glasses," he explained, handing out pairs of glasses with green lenses to each of them. "The glitter of the emeralds can blind visitors." Once properly equipped, the gates opened to reveal a city that seemed straight out of a dream. Everything from the sidewalks to the tallest buildings was made of polished emerald. Elegantly dressed inhabitants walked through the streets, all wearing the same green glasses. They were led to the central palace, an imposing structure that made the other buildings look small in comparison. In the great throne room, they were greeted by an official who informed them that the Great Oz would attend to each of them separately. Dorothy was the first to enter the throne room. To her surprise, she found only a large, floating head, shiny and frightening. "I am Oz, the Great and Terrible," thundered the head. "Why do you seek me?" In a trembling but determined voice, Dorothy explained her story and her desire to return home. The wizard listened in silence and then made his proposal. "I will help you and your friends, but first you must do me a service. Bring me the broom of the Wicked Witch of the West." Each of the friends had their own private audience with Oz, who appeared differently. To each of them, a beautiful woman. To the Tin Man, a terrible beast to the lion and a fireball to the scarecrow. For everyone he made the same demand, the witch's broom. Gathered together again, they shared their experiences and the terrible task they had been set. "How are we going to get the broom?" asked the lion, trembling. "The witch is too powerful." "Together," replied Dorothy firmly. "We've made it this far by facing all the obstacles. We can't give up now." The group set off towards the witch's territory. The next day, their hopes pinned on a seemingly impossible mission. The Tin Man sharpened his axe, the Scarecrow planned strategies even without a brain, and the lion, although frightened, was determined to protect his friends. As they drove away from the Emerald City, Dorothy looked at her companions and realized something important. The Scarecrow was already showing great intelligence in his plans. The Tin Man had more heart than many flesh and blood beings, and the lion had proved his courage many times over. Maybe, she thought, what we're looking for is already inside us. We just need to believe. The sun was setting over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of red and gold. Ahead of them, dark clouds gathered over the castle of the wicked Witch of the West, like an omen of the challenge that awaited them. Dorothy pressed the ruby shoes to her feet, feeling their mysterious power. Toto barked bravely, as if he understood the importance of the mission. United by fate and strengthened by friendship, the unlikely heroes marched towards their last and most dangerous adventure. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the promise that no matter the outcome, they would face whatever lay ahead together. After all, the real magic was not in the ruby shoes or the witch's powers, but in the bonds they had forged along their extraordinary journey. The waters of the Mediterranean danced beneath the golden twilight when Adonis, a young Phoenician fisherman, first felt the divine presence of Melkart. The sea air carried a different scent that night, a mix of salt and incense that made his senses sharpen. His brown eyes, used to scanning the horizon in search of shoals, now contemplated a majestic figure emerging from the waves as if woven from the sea foam itself. Melkart, the lord of the city, manifested before him with the grandeur of a storm contained in human form. His voice rumbled like distant thunder, but his words flowed with the smoothness of a sea breeze. "Adonis, son of the sea, you have been chosen to lead a sacred journey," the deity proclaimed, his eyes shining like sunken stars. The young fisherman was not alone in his small boat that night. His lifelong companions, Karim and Bashir, trembled at the divine manifestation, but stood firm, their calloused hands gripping their fishing nets. The three friends, raised together on the beaches of Phoenicia, always dreamed of something bigger than their simple lives as fishermen, but they never imagined that they would be touched by divine grace. "Beyond the horizon," continued Melkart, "there lies a rocky island where destiny awaits. There you will raise the greatest city the Mediterranean has ever known, a port that will unite distant lands, where commerce will flourish like flowers in a divine garden." As he spoke, images of the future city danced over the waters like reflections from a dream. The news spread quickly along the Phoenician coast. Soon, other fishermen and artisans joined the cause, forming a flotilla of small boats. Among them was Sapphira, a young architect whose green eyes carried the same intensity as the sea. Her presence caused an initial buzz, a woman among Melkart's chosen, but her construction knowledge soon proved invaluable. The journey began at dawn on a cloudless day. Dozens of boats crossed the waters towards the horizon, guided by the ethereal presence of Melkart, who appeared as a column of golden light over the waves. However, the initial tranquility was just a prelude to the challenges to come. At noon, dark clouds began to form in the sky, bringing with them biting winds that seemed unnatural. "It's Yam!" shouted one of the older fishermen, recognizing the fury of the sea god. "He doesn't want us to build a city in his domain." The waves grew like liquid mountains, threatening to swallow the small boats. Melkart, manifesting all his divine power, rose above the waters in his true form, a colossal warrior bearing a bronze trident. His clash with Yam's forces was spectacular. Lightning cut across the sky, and the sea itself seemed to boil with the intensity of the divine conflict. Adonis and his companions struggled to keep the boats together, using all their maritime experience. Sapphira, demonstrating unexpected courage, coordinated efforts to tie the vessels together, forming a more resistant structure against the storm. Amidst the chaos, sea creatures emerged from the depths, beings that were half fish, half snake, with scales that gleamed like polished metal. They were Yam's servants, sent to terrorize mortals who dared challenge his rule. Karim, always the most impetuous of the group, led the defense against the creatures, using harpoons and nets to keep them at bay. The battle seemed endless, but Melkart prevailed. With a blow of his trident, he dispersed the storm clouds and calmed the waters. The sea creatures dove back into the depths, leaving only ripples on the surface as evidence of their existence. When calm returned, the sailors realized that the ordeal had taken them exactly where they needed to be. On the horizon, the island, prophesied by Melkart, emerged, a rocky outcrop that rose from the waters like a natural fortress. "This is just the first test," Melkart announced, his voice echoing over the now calm waters. "The construction of Tyre will require more than physical courage. It will require ingenuity, persistence, and faith." Sapphira was already starting to visualize how those rocks would transform into a floating city. His nimble fingers traced schemes on the damp wood of the boat as he explained his ideas to the others. "We can create floating platforms anchored to rocks," she proposed, her eyes lighting up at the possibility. "And on top of them, we will build structures that appear to emerge from the sea itself." Adonis observed the island with a mixture of admiration and apprehension. The challenge seemed impossible, to transform that inhospitable rock into the largest commercial city in the Mediterranean. But feeling Melkart's comforting presence and seeing the determination in his companion's eyes, he knew they were on the right path. Bashir, always the most contemplative of the group, noticed something peculiar about the rock formations. "See," he pointed out, "the rocks form patterns that look like natural dikes. It's as if the island itself is waiting for us." The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky with colors that seemed to be an omen of future glory. The sailors began to prepare camp in the lower parts of the island, while Melkart looked on approvingly. The first night in their new home would be one of planning and dreaming. but also of vigilance. For everyone knew that Yam would not be the only god to oppose the construction of Tyre. The full moon illuminated the waters as Adonis gathered everyone around a makeshift fire. Tomorrow, he declared, his voice carrying a newfound authority, we begin to build not just a city, but a legacy that will last for millennia. Dawn brought with it new energy to the rocky island. The first rays of sunlight revealed the true challenge that awaited them, transforming that massive stone into a floating city worthy of the gods. Saphira was already on her feet before everyone else, her skillful fingers tracing plans in the damp sand as she muttered calculations to herself. The sea currents here are peculiar, she observed as Adonis approached, still drowsy. We can use them to our advantage to create natural channels between the platforms we will build. His green eyes shone with the enthusiasm of someone who sees possibilities where others see only obstacles. Karim and Bashir organized the other fishermen into work groups. Some began mapping the rock formations, others prepared ropes and tools brought from the boats. The maritime knowledge of these men would be fundamental to understanding how the city could coexist with the sea. Melkart manifested again, this time as a gentle breeze carrying ancient knowledge. In dreams shared the night before, he had shown everyone never before seen construction techniques, methods for creating submerged foundations using a special mixture of lime, volcanic sand, and seawater that hardened underwater. The mixture must be precise, Saphira explained to the artisans gathered around her. 3 parts of lime to 2 of volcanic sand, and the seawater must be added little by little, as if we were preparing bread. His hands demonstrated movements as he spoke, transforming divine knowledge into practical instructions. Work began immediately. Temporary platforms were built around the lower rocks, serving as bases for the construction of permanent foundations. The sound of hammers and determined voices echoed across the island as everyone worked towards a common purpose. However, not everything went smoothly. During the afternoon, a group of workers discovered that some of the rocks that appeared solid were actually hollow inside, creating treacherous underwater caves. It's as if something, or someone, has dug these passages, Bashir murmured, always paying attention to the less obvious signs. Saphira quickly adapted her plans. We can use these caves to our advantage, she declared. They will serve as natural channels to distribute the weight of structures and create protected harbors. His ability to turn obstacles into advantages impressed everyone. As the work continued, curious sea creatures began to approach. These were not the menacing beasts sent by Yam, but smaller, friendlier beings, dolphins that played among the platforms under construction, and small luminescent creatures that seemed to dance in the shallow waters. They are Melkart's messengers, explained one of the older fishermen. They came to help us understand the currents and moods of the sea. In fact, by observing the behavior of these beings, the builders began to identify patterns in the waters that would be crucial to the project. At dusk, an extraordinary discovery excited all the workers. During the excavation of one of the foundations, they found fragments of ancient pottery with mysterious inscriptions. They are older than our own civilization, Adonis observed, carefully holding one of the pieces. Saphira examined the inscriptions in the light of the setting sun. They appear to be instructions, or perhaps prophecies, she said, tracing the symbols with her fingers, as if someone, a long time ago, knew we were coming to build here. The night brought with it a moment of reflection. Gathered around the fire again, the builders shared stories and dreams. Some spoke of families left behind on the shore, others of the visions Melkart sent them in their sleep. "We're not just building a city," Karim said, his voice carrying deep conviction. "We are creating a new kind of life, one that unites land and sea in a way that has never been seen before." While the others rested, Saphira continued working in the moonlight, refining her designs. Adonis found her still poring over her plans when most of them were asleep. "You need to rest," he said gently. "How can I rest when every moment brings a new idea?" she replied, her eyes shining with excitement. "Look at this. If we change the angle of these support structures, we can create a series of natural breakwaters that will protect the harbor even during the worst storms." The moonlight danced over the waters, creating patterns that seemed to reflect Saphira's drawings. It was as if the sea itself was collaborating with his plans, whispering secrets through the gentle waves. The next morning, new challenges awaited them. The special mixture for the foundations needed to be tested on a larger scale, and the sea currents needed to be studied in more detail. But there was a pervasive sense of progress, that every stone laid, every foundation built, brought them a little closer to their divine goal. "The city will grow like a choir," explained Saphira to the workers gathered for another day of work. Slowly, but with strength and purpose, each new structure will build on the previous ones, creating something greater than the sum of its parts. And so, under Melkart's watchful eye and Saphira's tireless guidance, the transformation of the rocky island of Tyre began to take shape. Each dawn brought new challenges and discoveries, but also the growing certainty that they were participating in something truly extraordinary, the creation of a city that would defy not only the laws of nature, but time itself. As the days turned into weeks, progress in the construction of Tyre began to take visible form. The first floating platforms, firmly anchored to the rocks, using Melkart's innovative mixture, proved extraordinarily resilient. However, new challenges emerged with each achievement achieved. One morning, while supervising the construction of a new section of the city, Saphira noticed something disturbing in the waters. Dark spots moved beneath the surface, different from the usual shadows of the friendly dolphins that accompanied them. "Adonis," she called, her voice thick with urgency. "Something is approaching." From the depths, creatures emerged that none of those present had ever seen. Mermaids, not the beautiful singers of legend, but predators with sharp teeth and claws capable of tearing metal. They were Yam's new emissaries, sent not to destroy, but to corrupt and sabotage. "Protect the foundations," shouted Karim, quickly mobilizing the workers. The mermaids began scratching and slashing at the underwater structures, looking for weak points in the revolutionary construction mix. Their songs, unlike the seductive melodies of the legends, were high-pitched screams that reverberated through the structure of the nascent city. Bashir, watching the attack, noticed a pattern. They are avoiding the areas where we installed the protection crystals, he exclaimed, referring to the special stones that Melkart had instructed them to place at strategic points. Saphira immediately understood the importance of this observation. We need to create a protective perimeter, she declared, already scribbling new schemes. A network of interconnected crystals that surrounds the entire submerged structure. It was a significant adjustment to the original project, but necessary for the city's survival. As workers mobilized to implement the new defense, Adonis led a group of fishermen in a risky maneuver, using their nets strengthened with bronze threads, another gift from Melkart's knowledge. They began to surround the mermaids, forcing them to retreat into the deep waters. The conflict lasted for hours, with the creatures carrying out successive attacks against different parts of the city under construction. But with each attack, Tyre's defenders learned and adapted their strategies. Sapphire, working tirelessly, developed new methods of reinforcing the structures, while Karim and his men kept the mermaids at bay. By dusk, when the last of the sea creatures finally withdrew, the city had suffered damage, but remained standing. Most importantly, its builders had learned valuable lessons about how to strengthen their defenses. Every challenge makes us stronger, Bashir reflected as he helped assess the damage. It's as if Yam is unintentionally teaching us how to build an even more resilient city. The night brought not only rest, but also revelations. In shared dreams, Melkart showed the builders visions of how to integrate natural and mystical elements into their defenses. The seawater, which Yam intended to use against them, could be turned into an ally through specially designed channels that would disperse the energy of future attacks. Saphira worked throughout the night, incorporating these new ideas into the designs. See how the channels intertwine? She explained to the others the next morning. When completed, they will create a flow of energy that will not only protect the city, but also strengthen our structures. Reconstruction and strengthening work began immediately. Now, each new section of the city was built with multiple layers of protection, physical, through improved engineering, and mystical, through crystals and energy channels. During this period, something unexpected began to happen. The dolphins that had accompanied them from the beginning began to bring up objects from the depths, fragments of ancient pottery, similar to those found previously, but also natural crystals that possessed properties similar to those provided by Melkart. It's as if the sea itself is helping us, Karim observed as he examined one of the crystals. Maybe not all sea creatures follow Yam. As the city's defenses grew stronger, workers began to notice subtle changes in their environment. The waters around the structures seemed clearer, more alive. Fish of species never seen before began to appear, creating their own habitats in the city's underwater structures. We're not just building a city, Saphira said, watching this new ecosystem develop. We are creating a new kind of harmony between land and sea. Adonis, contemplating the progress made, felt a new determination rise in his chest. The sirens' attacks, although devastating at the time, had served to further unite the builders of Tyre. Each person now understood their role not only in the physical construction of the city, but also in its spiritual protection. The following weeks were intense but productive work. New construction techniques, combining innovative engineering with mystical protection, proved even more effective than the originals. The city began to take on a form that reflected this duality. Structures that seemed to emerge organically from the sea, but carried within them an impressive strength and resistance. Fishermen, now also builders and guardians, developed new fishing methods that respected the delicate balance they were creating. Their nets were cast with more precision, avoiding disturbing the creatures that had chosen to make Tyre their home. Each day brings new understanding, Bashir reflected. One night, as the group rested after another day of work, about the sea, about construction, about ourselves. And so, under Melkart's watchful eye, Tyre continued its transformation. Each challenge overcome not only strengthened its physical structures, but also the spirit of its builders. The city was becoming more than a commercial port. It was a testament to the harmony possible between human ambitions and the forces of nature. As the months passed, the floating city of Tyre began to gain more defined contours. Innovative construction techniques, combined with Melkart's divine protection, had transformed the rocky island into a spectacle of engineering and faith. However, a new threat was approaching, more subtle and dangerous than previous attacks. Saphira was the first to notice the signs. During his morning inspections, he noticed that some of the newly built structures had small cracks that shouldn't be there. Something is altering the composition of our special mixture, she explained to Adonis, her brow furrowed in concern. Investigating further, Bashir discovered the presence of tiny marine organisms that appeared to have been magically altered. They are like worms, but they glow with a greenish light when touched, he reported, and they appear to feed directly on construction materials. Karim organized groups of divers to examine the extent of the problem. What they found was disturbing. Entire colonies of these strange beings had taken up residence in the underwater foundations. It's as if someone is trying to weaken the city from within, observed one of the divers. Melkart manifested during a collective dream, revealing that these creatures were the work of Dagon, an ancient sea deity who had allied himself with Yam. They seek to undermine our strength through patience and subtlety, warned the protective god of Tyre. The battle is now against an enemy we cannot see directly. Saphira spent days developing a solution, working with the divine knowledge imparted by Melkart and her own construction experience. She created a new variation of the original mixture, incorporating extracts of certain algae that the dolphins had brought up from the depths. Algae has natural properties that repel these organisms, she explained to the builders. But we need to apply the treatment to the entire submerged structure, and quickly. It was a monumental task that would require everyone's cooperation. Adonis led the organization of the most complex work ever undertaken in Tyre. Teams of divers took turns day and night, applying the new protective mixture. Other groups worked on the surface, preparing materials and coordinating efforts. During this intense period of work, something extraordinary began to happen. The friendly sea creatures that had made Tyre their home, colorful fish, dolphins, and even some unknown species, seemed to understand the importance of the task. They began to naturally move harmful organisms away from certain areas, creating safe zones for divers to work. It's as if we are building not just a city, but a new form of community, noted Bashir, as he observed this unique collaboration between humans and sea creatures, one where all beings have their role in protecting the whole. The work was exhausting and dangerous. Some divers have reported encounters with shadowy beings in the deeper waters, servants of Dagon who sought to thwart their efforts. But Melkart's constant presence, manifested through underwater lights that guided the workers, kept everyone's courage up. Sapphire rarely rested, constantly refining and adjusting the protective formula as new challenges arose. His hair, previously black as night, began to show silver strands, a testament to the effort and dedication that the task required. Every problem we face teaches us something new, she said one night as she shared a simple meal with Adonis. We are learning not just to build on the sea, but to live in harmony with it. As the treatment progressed, subtle changes began to be noticed in the city's very structure. The treated areas not only resisted harmful organisms, but appeared stronger, more integrated into the marine environment. It was as if the city was developing its own way of life. See how the patterns on the stones have changed, Karim pointed out during an inspection. The treated surfaces displayed complex designs reminiscent of ancient Phoenician writing, as if the city itself was telling its story. The builders' dreams also began to change. In addition to the technical visions sent by Melkart, they now shared glimpses of Tyre's future, ships from distant lands docking in its ports, merchants exchanging exotic wares, knowledge of different cultures mingling in the floating streets. We're not just saving the city, Bashir reflected one night, watching the stars reflected in the calm waters. We are paving the way for something bigger than ourselves. Protection work continued tirelessly, with each small victory being celebrated by the community. Bonds between builders have strengthened even further during this period of shared challenge. Stories were told around nighttime bonfires. Songs were composed about their struggles and conquests. Little by little, signs of the infestation began to diminish. The treated structures not only resisted harmful organisms, but appeared to naturally repel them. It was as if the city itself had developed its own immune system. Tyre is becoming more than a city, Adonis observed, contemplating the progress made. It is a living being that breathes with the tides and pulsates with the energy of everyone who contributed to its construction. The decisive moment in the construction of Tyre was approaching. The city's defenses had been strengthened, its builders united by challenges overcome. But Melkart knew that a final test awaited its creation. During a full moon night, the god appeared to Adonis in a vision more vivid than any before. The moment of true trial approaches, Melkart announced, his voice echoing like waves against rocks. Yam and Dagon will gather their forces for one last attack. The city must be ready not only to resist, but to transcend. Saphira, who in recent months had become more than an architect, she was now a kind of priestess of the city, immediately understood the meaning of the divine words. He worked tirelessly with Adonis and the other leaders to prepare Tyre for what was to come. The energy channels we build are not just for protection, she explained, drawing complex lines on her maps. When fully activated, they will transform Tyre into a beacon of divine power. His green eyes shone with the ancient knowledge that Melkart had shared through dreams. The preparation involved the entire community. Karim trained groups of defenders to respond to attacks from any direction. Bashir, with his deep understanding of marine currents, developed systems to predict and redirect storms. Each inhabitant of Tyre found his role in protecting the city. The signs of the impending attack began subtly. First, the dolphins that always accompanied the builders disappeared. The sea, usually full of life around the city's structures, became eerily silent. The water took on a darker color, as if underwater shadows were gathering in the depths. They're trying to isolate us, Bashir noted, studying the changes in currents. They want to make us feel alone and vulnerable. But the inhabitants of Tyre were no longer the same insecure fishermen who had started this journey. Months of challenges and achievements had strengthened them. The attack began at dawn. The sea rose in monstrous waves as sea creatures of all types, from warlike mermaids to corrosive worms, emerged to assault the city. In the sky, black clouds instantly formed, bringing with them lightning that seemed to specifically target the most important structures. But Tiro was prepared. The energy channels that Saphira had designed began to glow with a blue-green light, forming a protective network that extended both above and below the water's surface. The city's reinforced structures not only withstood the impacts, but appeared to absorb and redistribute the energy of the attacks. Adonis coordinated the city's defense with a calm that inspired everyone around him. "Hold your positions." His voice sounded clear, even in the midst of the chaos. The city is stronger than they know. In the midst of the battle, something extraordinary began to happen. The very structures of Tyre seemed to respond to the threat, pulsing with an energy of their own. The patterns on the treated stones glowed like underwater constellations, creating barriers of light that repelled hostile creatures. Sapphire, positioned in the center of the city, began an ancient chant that Melkart had taught in dreams. Others joined her, and soon the sound of hundreds of voices rose above the roar of battle. The vibrations of the chant seemed to synchronize with the city's light patterns, amplifying its protective power. It was at this moment that Yam and Dagon manifested in their divine forms, the former as a colossal whirlwind of dark water, the latter as a serpentine figure covered in ancient scales. Their combined attack caused the very foundation of the city to shake. But Melkart also revealed himself in all his divine glory, emerging from the very structures of Tyre, as if the city were an extension of his being. The ensuing battle was beyond mortal comprehension. Primordial forces clashing above and below the waters. The builders of Tyre were not mere spectators. Each one played their role in the city's defense, keeping the energy channels active, reinforcing weak points, fighting creatures that managed to penetrate the defenses. It was a coordinated dance of protection and resistance. Karim led a group of divers in a risky maneuver, using special nets to capture and neutralize the most dangerous creatures. Bashir, with his knowledge of currents, helped create whirlpools that deflected the most destructive attacks. As the battle intensified, something unexpected occurred. The structures of Tyre began to emit a harmonious sound, as if the city itself was singing. This sound grew in intensity until it became a tangible force that repelled the negative energies of Yam and Dagon. "The city is alive," exclaimed Sapphira, amazed. "She has become more than we ever dreamed of." Her words carried a profound truth. Tyre had transcended its status as a mere construct to become a conscious entity, a being that united the divine and the mortal. The battle reached its climax when Melkart, amplified by the power of the living city, struck a blow that scattered the forces of Yam and Dagon. The dark waters dissipated, the hostile creatures fled, and the sky began to lighten. When calm returned, the inhabitants of Tyre looked at their city with new eyes. The structures now gently pulsed with an inner light. The energetic channels flowed like veins of divine power, and a sense of deep peace permeated every stone. Melkart appeared one last time, not as a devastating force, but as a comforting presence that touched each builder. "You have not just built a city," he declared. "You have created a new kind of existence, a place where the divine and mortal coexist in harmony." Sapphira, Adonis, Karim, Bashir, and everyone else understood that their work had been much more than an architectural achievement. They had participated in the birth of something unique, a living city that would serve as a beacon of hope and possibility for future generations. And so, Tyre emerged from its final ordeal not only as the greatest commercial city in the Mediterranean, but as a testament to what is possible when faith, ingenuity, and determination come together in a common purpose. Its lights would continue to shine through the centuries, guiding navigators and inspiring dreamers, an eternal reminder of the power of harmony between the divine and mortal. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. In a distant kingdom where the mountains touched the clouds and the green valleys stretched as far as the eye could see, stood a majestic white stone castle. There lived the young princess, Snow White, whose ebony black hair, snow white skin, and ruby-red lips enchanted everyone who met her. Her natural beauty was surpassed only by the goodness of her heart, which overflowed in every gesture and word she spoke to the inhabitants of the kingdom. However, all was not peace and harmony in that place. After the premature death of the queen, Snow White's mother, the king, decided to remarry, hoping to give his daughter the maternal affection that had been taken from her so early. The chosen one was a woman of extraordinary beauty called Grimhilde, who soon turned out to be a completely different person from what she appeared to be. Her obsession with her own appearance was known throughout the kingdom, but few knew about the dark arts she practiced in her private chambers. The new queen possessed a magical object that fed her vanity, an enchanted mirror. With mystical powers capable of answering any question with absolute truth. Every day without fail, Grimhilde would stand in front of the mirror and utter the same words: "Mirror, mirror, is there anyone more beautiful than me?" For years, the answer was always the same, guaranteeing the queen her position as the most beautiful of all. However, as Snow White grew up, Her natural beauty began to overshadow that of her stepmother. The princess, oblivious to all this, devoted her time to helping the castle servants tending to the royal garden and talking to the little animals that visited her, gaining more and more love and admiration from everyone around her. Unfortunately, the king died a few years after his second marriage, leaving Snow White even more vulnerable to her stepmother's whims. Grimhilda, realizing that there was no longer any need to keep up appearances, began to treat her stepdaughter with increasing coldness and contempt. She ordered the princess to do household chores, hoping that the hard work would diminish her beauty. But not even the simple clothes and hard work could hide Snow White's natural radiance. One particularly gloomy morning, when Grimhilda performed her daily ritual in front of the magic mirror, something changed. Asking her usual question, the mirror answered differently. "Beautiful you are, my queen, but there is someone even more beautiful. Snow White surpasses your beauty as the sun surpasses the stars." Those words pierced the queen's heart like poisoned daggers. Her fury was so intense that the objects in her room shook and shadows seemed to dance on the walls. At that moment, all the hatred and envy she harbored for Snow White overflowed, and she began to plot a terrible plan. She secretly summoned her most faithful hunter, a man who had already done many shady jobs for the queen. In an icy voice he ordered, "Take the princess into the forest with the excuse of picking wild flowers. When you are far enough from the castle, kill her. As proof of her death, bring me her heart in a box." The hunter, although used to the queen's cruel orders, felt a shiver run down his spine, but he didn't dare disobey, fearing Grimhilda's wrath. The next day, he approached Snow White, who was feeding the birds in the royal garden, and suggested a walk in the forest. The princess, always kind and carefree, happily accepted the invitation. As they walked among the trees, she hummed softly, stopping occasionally to pick colorful flowers or observe the small animals that crossed her path. The hunter followed her in silence, his hand nervously clutching the dagger hidden in his robes. As they went deeper into the forest, the hunter's heart grew heavier and heavier. He observed the innocence and kindness of Snow White, who was sharing breadcrumbs with the birds and talking sweetly to a small deer that had approached them. How could he take the life of someone so pure? The decisive moment came when they reached a clearing bathed in sunlight. Snow White knelt down to pick some wild flowers, and the huntsman drew his dagger, raising it in the air. The shadow of the blade caught the attention of the princess, who turned around and, on seeing the weapon, let out a small cry of surprise and fear. However, instead of striking the fatal blow, the hunter let the dagger fall to the soft grass. Falling to his knees in front of Snow White, he confessed his stepmother's evil plan. The princess, horrified by the revelation, realized that she could no longer return to the castle. "You must flee, your highness," whispered the huntsman urgently. "Go into the forest and don't look back. Your stepmother must not find out that you are still alive. I will bring her the heart of a wild animal, but you must promise never to return to the castle." Snow White, with tears in her eyes, but determination in her heart, agreed. Getting up quickly, she began to run into the forest, while the huntsman watched her silhouette disappear between the trees. The young princess's fate was now in the hands of Providence, and her journey had only just begun. Snow White ran through the forest until her legs could take no more. The sun was beginning to set, and the shadows of the trees were becoming more and more threatening. Exhausted and frightened, the princess curled up next to a large tree, trying to catch her breath. The sounds of the forest, once so familiar and comforting, now seemed fraught with danger. Small forest animals, sensing her distress, began to approach cautiously. A sparrow perched on his shoulder, while 2 rabbits flocked to his feet. His natural kindness towards animals had created a special connection with the forest creatures who now seemed willing to repay his kindness. "Oh, my little friends," whispered Snow White, stroking one of the rabbits. "I don't know where to go or what to do." Tears streamed down her face as the reality of her situation began to set in. She was alone, homeless, and her own stepmother wanted her dead. The animals, as if they understood her dilemma, began to move around curiously. The sparrow flew a few meters ahead, chirping insistently, while the rabbits hopped in the same direction. Snow White, understanding that they wanted to guide her, got up and followed her little friends into the forest. After a walk that seemed to take hours, the animals led her to a small clearing where a peculiar little house stood. It was a modest but cozy building with a chimney from which a thin line of smoke came out. The windows were lit, suggesting that someone was at home. Approaching cautiously, Snow White noticed that the house seemed strangely small, as if it had been built for children. She knocked lightly on the door, but received no response. After a few attempts, she decided to turn the handle. Discovering that the door was unlocked, the inside of the house was a real mess. Dirty dishes were piled up in the sink, clothes were scattered on the floor, and a fine layer of dust covered the furniture. There were 7 small chairs around a dining table, 7 plates, 7 cups, and all the furniture looked like it had been made in miniature. "What a curious place," thought Snow White. Her instinct for organization kicked in, and she decided that since she needed a place to spend the night, she could at least repay the unsolicited hospitality by tidying up. With determination, she began to clean. She swept the floor, washed the dishes, organized the clothes, and dusted the furniture. The forest animals, still her faithful companions, helped in any way they could. The birds carried small objects, while the squirrels used their fluffy tails as natural dusters. As she worked, Snow White discovered more about the mysterious inhabitants of the house. Upstairs, she found 7 small beds each, with a name carved into the headboard: Master, Angry Happy Snooze, Achim, Naughty, and Dunga. "What peculiar names," she muttered to herself as she tidied up the beds. The hard work and emotions of the day began to take their toll, and Snow White felt tiredness overwhelm her body. Pulling together some of the small beds, she improvised a larger one where she could rest. She had barely laid her head on the pillow when she heard voices approaching. They were deep male voices, humming a cheerful tune. His initial panic soon gave way to curiosity when he saw through the window 7 small men marching in single file, carrying pickaxes on their shoulders. They were dwarves. Snow White realized miners who probably worked in the nearby mountains. Their faces were dirty with coal, but their eyes shone with joy as they sang about their day's work. The princess quickly pretended to sleep, curious to see how they would react when they found her. The dwarves entered the house, still singing, but stopped abruptly when they noticed the changes. The first of them, who seemed to be the leader, raised his lantern and surveyed his surroundings with wide eyes. "By the crystals of the mountains," he exclaimed, whom Snow White deduced to be the master, "someone's been here." "The house is clean," observed another with a beaming smile. "Surely it was happy." "And the dishes are washed," grumbled a third, frowning, no doubt angry. The dwarves continued their inspection of the house, whispering among themselves, until a particularly loud sneeze, obviously from Achim, drew their attention to the upper floor. They climbed the stairs cautiously, finding Snow White apparently asleep in her bed. "A girl," whispered Dengoso, blushing slightly. "A princess," corrected Master, recognizing her delicate features and fine clothes, even if they were a little dirty from her escape into the forest. Snow White, realizing that there was no point in continuing to pretend, slowly opened her eyes. The dwarves took a step back, surprised, but the kindness on the princess's face soon reassured them. "Forgive me for entering without permission," she said, sitting down. "I'm running away from someone who wants to hurt me, and I had nowhere else to go." The sincerity in her voice and the obvious kindness in her eyes immediately won over the little miners. Even Angry, who maintained a suspicious expression, seemed less frowny than usual. Snow White told her story to the dwarves, who listened attentively to every word. When she had finished, Master sniffed and looked at his companions before speaking. "Well, since you've cleaned our house so well," he began, "and tidied up our beds," added Happy. "And you look like you could really use some help," added Naughty. "You can stay with us," they all concluded in unison, except for Dunga, who just smiled and nodded enthusiastically. Relief and gratitude flooded Snow White's heart. She had finally found a safe place to hide, and more importantly, she had found friends who would protect her. As the dwarves moved around the house, preparing a simple but welcoming dinner, the princess felt for the first time since her escape that perhaps everything might be all right. Over the next few days, Snow White established a pleasant routine with the 7 dwarfs. Every morning she greeted them with a warm smile as they left for the mines, after preparing them a nutritious breakfast. During the day, she occupied herself with household chores, singing happily while the forest animals helped her with her tasks. The dwarf's house had never been so welcoming. The curtains, once dusty, now danced cleanly in the breeze coming through the windows. The garden took on new life with the flowers Snow White had planted, and the scent of her homemade delicacies often filled the air. The little miners, used to a simple and sometimes sloppy life, marveled at the changes the princess had brought to their home. Each dwarf, in their own way, developed a special affection for her. Master always made sure she was safe before leaving for the mines, giving her advice on how to protect herself. Happy brightened her days with jokes and funny stories. Even Angry, despite his grumpy ways, showed his concern by leaving little gems he found in the mines on her bedside table. However, the peace of this new life was about to be disturbed. In the castle, Queen Grimhilda had discovered the hunter's treachery. When she realized that the heart in the box was that of an animal, her fury was devastating. Consulting her magic mirror again, she discovered that Snow White was still alive, protected in the house of the 7 dwarfs. If you want something done right, do it yourself, muttered the queen, descending into the dungeons of the castle where she kept her secret laboratory. There, among bubbling potions and books on black magic, she began to devise her diabolical plan. For days, he worked tirelessly on his deadliest potion. He mixed poisonous herbs, distilled snake venom, and added evil incantations. The result was a tantalizing, looking apple red as blood, shiny as a jewel. A single piece would be enough to send its victim into eternal sleep. To complete her disguise, the queen prepared a transformation potion. She drank the bitter liquid and watched through her mirror as her beauty faded. Her black hair turned white and thin, her smooth skin wrinkled like old parchment, and her delicate hands turned into gnarled claws. Now she looked like an old fruit, seller unrecognizable in the eyes of her stepdaughter. Meanwhile, in the dwarf's house, Snow White was busy preparing a blackberry pie. The small fruits had been collected by the birds that always accompanied her, and she hummed happily as she worked on the pastry. Dunga, who occasionally stayed at home due to minor accidents in the mine, watched her graceful movements in the kitchen with fascination. Mestre had been especially emphatic that morning about the dangers of trusting strangers. "Don't open the door to anyone," he had warned. "Your stepmother is cunning and may appear in disguise." Snow White had promised to be cautious, but her kind nature sometimes overcame her prudence. The dwarves had barely disappeared around the bend in the road when a stooped figure approached the house. It was an old saleswoman carrying a basket of red, juicy apples. Her wrinkled face broke into a smile when she saw Snow White through the window. "Good morning, young lady," called the old woman in a hoarse voice. "What beautiful flowers you have in your garden. It would be very kind if you would allow me to rest for a while and offer you some of my apples in return." Snow White hesitated, remembering the master's warning. However, when she saw the old woman's apparent frailty, her compassionate heart spoke louder. Poor thing, she thought. She must be exhausted from walking with that heavy basket. "Come in, good lady," she said, opening the door. "Would you like a cup of tea?" The old saleswoman came in, leaning on her staff, and sat down at the kitchen table. Her eyes, although hidden under drooping eyelids, shone with a disturbing intensity as she watched the princess's every move. "How kind you are, my dear," said the old woman, rummaging through her basket. "I have a special apple here for you, the reddest and sweetest of all. Try it. It's a thank you gift for your kindness." The apple she was offering was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. Its polished surface reflected the light like a mirror, and its aroma was irresistible. Snow White, although normally wary of gifts from strangers, felt strangely attracted to this particular fruit. "That's very kind of you," she said, accepting the apple. "But I can't accept it without sharing it with you." The old woman quickly took the fruit from Snow White's hands. "Oh no, my dear. This apple is special chosen, especially for you. You see, I'm going to split it in half. The red part is yours, and I'll take the paler part." With a knife she had hidden in her robes, the old woman skillfully cut the apple. The half she offered Snow White was a deep, tempting red, while the other half remained normal. What the princess didn't know was that only the red side had been poisoned. "Taste it." "Dear," insisted the old woman, her eyes sparkling with disguised malice. "You've never tasted an apple as sweet as this." Snow White hesitated for a moment, but the irresistible aroma of the apple overcame her last reservations. She gently brought the fruit to her lips and took a small bite. The taste was extraordinarily sweet, but as soon as she swallowed the first piece, she felt strangely dizzy. The apple slipped from her fingers and rolled across the floor as she staggered. What? What's happening? She muttered, her voice already weak. The old saleswoman was laughing now, a cruel, familiar laugh that didn't belong to her aged appearance. Before Snow White's misty eyes, the wrinkled figure began to transform, revealing the true form of Queen Grimhilda. At last, my dear stepdaughter, sneered the queen, watching Snow White stagger. Now I'll be the fairest of them all again. The princess tried to scream for help, but her legs weakened, and she fell unconscious to the kitchen floor. The poisoned apple rolled under a piece of furniture, while the blackberry pie she was preparing remained unfinished on the table. The forest animals, who were watching everything through the windows, panicked. Birds flew towards the mines to warn the dwarves, while squirrels and rabbits ran desperately through the forest, spreading the news that something terrible had happened to their friend. The queen, satisfied with her triumph, wasted no time in fleeing the scene. A storm was beginning to form, with thunder echoing in the distance, as if nature itself was reacting to the evil that had just been committed. The 7 dwarves were in the middle of their work in the mines when they heard the fluttering of birds. Master was the first to realize that something was wrong. Brothers, he called, we need to go back. Snow White may be in danger. Abandoning their tools, the dwarves ran back home. The rain was starting to fall, making the path slippery and dangerous, but that didn't stop them. Angry, usually the grumpiest, was now running the fastest, his heart tight with worry. When they arrived home, they found the door open and Snow White lying on the kitchen floor. Dunga was the first to cry, while Feliz, for the first time in his memory, couldn't find anything positive to say. She's still breathing, announced Mestre after examining the princess. But it's a deep, unnatural sleep. It was the queen, roared Angry, punching the table hard. That wicked witch managed to trick us. The dwarfs carefully carried Snow White upstairs and laid her on their joined beds. Her beauty remained intact, her skin as white as snow, her lips as red as blood, and her ebony black hair spread out over the pillow. She only seemed to be asleep, but none of the efforts to wake her had any effect. For days, the dwarfs kept vigil by Snow White's side. They couldn't accept the idea of burying her, as she remained as beautiful as ever, without any sign of deterioration. Achim picked fresh flowers every morning to place around her, while Dengoso kept the windows open so that the gentle forest breeze could enter the room. News of the princess's fate spread through the forest and the neighboring kingdoms. Animals of all kinds came to pay their respects, and even the birds stopped singing, as if all of nature was in mourning. It was Seneca who suggested building the crystal skiff. We can't keep her indoors forever, he said in one of his rare moments of lucidity. But we can't bury her in the cold earth either. The dwarves worked day and night using their mining skills to create the most beautiful crystal skiff ever seen. They built it with diamond-clear panels held together by delicate gold carvings. They placed it in a special clearing where the sun's rays could bathe Snow White during the day, and the stars would watch over her sleep at night. When they had finished the work, they carefully transferred the princess's body They dressed her in her most beautiful dress, decorated her hair with wildflowers, and laid her gently inside the skiff. The crystal lid was placed reverently, sealing Snow White in her eternal sleep, but allowing her beauty to be admired forever. The days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months. The dwarfs established a routine of caring for the coffin, always keeping fresh flowers around and ensuring that no harm came to their beloved princess. Each of them, in their own way, kept hoping for a miracle. News of Snow White's fate eventually reached distant kingdoms, bringing visitors from all over to see the legendary princess in her crystal skiff. Among these visitors, stories began to circulate about a young prince who had set off on a long journey, determined to find and awaken the sleeping beauty he had heard so much about. And so, while Snow White remained in her enchanted slumber, protected by the love of the 7 dwarfs and the purity of her own heart, fate began to weave the threads of a new story, a story of true love that could have the power to break even the most powerful of curses. In a faraway kingdom, a young prince named Florian had been enchanted by stories about the beautiful sleeping princess. For months, he traveled through unknown lands, following rumors and clues about Snow White's whereabouts. His heart was inexplicably drawn to the story of the young princess, who even in her eternal slumber continued to inspire love and devotion in all who knew her. One golden autumn morning, the prince finally reached the forest where the 7 dwarfs lived. The animals, recognizing the nobility in his heart, guided him to the clearing where the crystal skiff lay. Seeing Snow White for the first time, Florian felt his heart stop for a moment. Her beauty was even more extraordinary than the stories described, but there was something beyond that, a purity and kindness that emanated from her serene countenance. The dwarves, who had initially looked at the visitor with suspicion, noticed something different about this prince. He wasn't just another curious person coming to admire their sleeping princess. There was real emotion in his eyes as he gazed at Snow White through the crystal. "I've never seen such beauty," whispered Florian, kneeling beside the skiff. "Not only in appearance, but I can feel the goodness of her soul, even through this deep sleep." Master approached the prince and told him the whole story: the queen's cruelty, the escape through the forest, the happy days Snow White had spent with them, and finally, the terrible curse of the poisoned apple. As he listened, Florian felt his love for the princess grow, not just for her beauty, but for her courage and kindness. Moved by an impulse greater than himself, the prince asked the dwarves for permission to open the skiff. After a moment's hesitation and a quick conference among themselves, they agreed. Carefully, the crystal lid was removed, and for the first time in months, the forest breeze touched Snow White's face directly. Florian leaned over her, his heart beating wildly. "If I may, my princess," he whispered, "I would like to seal my love with a kiss." And so gently, his lips touched Snow White's in a kiss that was pure and true. The moment their lips met, a wave of magical energy swept through the forest. The flowers opened their petals, the birds began to sing again, and a golden light seemed to envelop the skiff. Slowly, the color began to return to Snow White's cheeks, and her eyes opened as if awakening from a long dream. Where am I?" she murmured, her eyes meeting those of the prince. "Safe, replied Florian, gently holding her hand. And loved. The dwarves exploded in joy around them. Dunga danced in circles. Happy couldn't stop laughing, and even Angry had tears in his eyes, although he tried to disguise them. The animals of the forest came in droves celebrating the awakening of their dear friend. In the castle, Queen Grimhilda was standing in front of her magic mirror when she felt a sharp pain in her chest. Mirror, mirror, she asked urgently, is there anyone more beautiful than me? The mirror replied in a stronger voice than usual. Beautiful you are, my queen, but Snow White, awakened by the kiss of true love, surpasses your beauty as the sun surpasses the stars. Mon, the queen's fury was her own undoing. In her fit of rage, she knocked over several potions from her secret laboratory, creating a magical reaction that completely consumed her. The magic mirror cracked from top to bottom, and its evil power was finally broken. Snow White and Florian were married in a ceremony held in the forest itself. The 7 dwarfs were the guests of honor, and all the forest animals took part in the celebration. The princess, now queen, insisted on keeping the dwarf's little house as her second home, where she could always return whenever she wanted to be with her dear friends. The couple ruled with wisdom and kindness, transforming their kingdom into a place where beauty was measured not by appearance, but by the goodness of the heart. Snow White never forgot the lessons she had learned during her time with the dwarfs, the importance of true friendship, the value of honest work, and the transformative power of sincere love. The 7 dwarfs continued their lives in the forest, but now their lonely nights were often brightened by visits from Snow White and Florian. The little house was always clean and welcoming, as the princess made a point of keeping alive the habits she had developed during her stay there. And so, the story of Snow White became a legend told through the ages, not just as a tale of the victory of good over evil, but as a testimony to the power of true love and sincere friendship. Her outer beauty was only a reflection of the purity of her soul, and her ability to love and forgive transformed not only her own life, but that of all those who were lucky enough to meet her. On clear nights when the full moon illuminates the forest, it is said that you can still hear the echo of joyful songs coming from the dwarf's little house, where a princess found shelter, friendship, and finally her path to true happiness.